Alright then. So, slightly late because of taking care of something right before I started, because a conversation kind of rolled over past start time, and I wanted to make sure that whole thing was taken care of. Everything's still in good order. I have the flashing lights off in the game, just as a note for anybody who knows this game and would worry about that. That's all good. This is a robot named Fight. You've probably seen this game if you've been around here long enough, because I have played this at least once a year since I've started doing this. Last year, I think I played it 2 or 3 times. But as you probably saw in the posts, this is basically something like Metroid condensed down into something that only takes an hour or 2 to get through, if it all goes well, and made into a roguelite. That's a simplification of things, but yeah, go ahead and cut that, because I literally just started a run in order to audio check. Do let me know if the audio is okay. It should be fine, but I can't guarantee anything. Like 46, yeah. Oh yeah, he will also give you, I believe, random stat bonuses and things if you talk to him. Something along those lines. It's been long enough that I forget exactly what Tutorial Bot does. There is wall jumping. It can be a little finicky at times, in my experience, but I also was never great at Super Metroid wall jumping, and that's what it's built off of, so take that as you will. And you may notice we started with a couple things. That's because of unlocks I've gotten from playing this a bunch. So we started with an energy-using weapon and a heal bot. You can start with basically anything after a certain point, but only one, and of each thing can potentially be available. Like one helper, one weapon, one something. So I believe you can't have certain things straight out the gate. Like, I don't think you can start with any of the traversal stuff because of the fact that that would make certain parts of the game completely irrelevant. It's also been long enough since I've actively played that I forget a few of those things. I had considered starting from scratch, but opted not to. As you can see, you've got your typical aim up, aim down, crouch. Pretty good jump control. Like, your air control in this game's actually very good. This is a laser. If you're spinning in the air, you'll notice I can actually make the laser spin. You can kill things that are off screen, but only if you can actually hit them. And yes, everything we fight is going to be horrible, gribbly meat monsters for the most part. So expect blood, gore, and mess to be everywhere. So if you're not here for that, then that's understandable, and you may want to adjust your set now. Ready to fire up. Every time you see that white circle on the map, that's where a power-up is. And that'll affect all of those stats you see on the left-hand side there. And yeah, we did get random stats because I started with 2 boosts to speed. That's why I feel weirdly quick. Because it can affect everything from how fast your bullets go to how big the bullets are. Or I think is one of them as well. Your health, obviously, your energy, how much damage you do, how fast you move. And chat has already disconnected once, so that's a great sign. Twitch is doing a great job as usual. So I wouldn't be shocked if they are somewhat overloaded, probably from people doing charity shows and such, since it is December. There's gonna be a lot more of those. including a few people that I know, so don't be surprised if I end up incessantly telling people about certain charity broadcasts that come up. As of yet, I am not currently participating in any, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. It just means I haven't been asked to participate in any this year. And honestly, that's fine by me, because that's a lot of extra. And right now, I've not had a lot to spare, for lack of a better way of putting it. Well, he's seen better days. It's important to note that, as you saw there, our shots break some of their shots. Not all of them, from what I remember. He has a shield on the front. Oh, I've happened to hit a milestone. Exterminator. A new challenge has been unlocked. Kill 15,000 enemies. I'm kind of surprised I had not hit that mark before, considering I've done dozens of runs. Like, that number that you saw next to Tutorial Bot was, I believe, the run count, so we're almost at 50 runs of this game, which I feel like should be higher, but what do I know? But we got our first movement ability, in this case dash. It's similar in some ways to the speed booster from Metroid, but not quite. Like, it does damage and all that good stuff, but it is only a short distance dash instead of a constant, you have to be going fast. But you'll notice there are still blocks that are dependent on it. And that's what'll usually be your tip-off as to what power-ups are going to be available to you, is you'll see doors and things that require certain power-ups. If there is a door that requires a power-up, the power-up will be somewhere. It will only give you obstacles that you can actually pass with what the game gives you. For the most part, anyway. There are paths that will not be doable without understanding the movement better, but there will always be a route you can take with the tools they provide you and nothing else. Much like how you've seen with when I've described randomizers and such, it's more or less the same concept, just applied to an actual final product game. And this is in fact a final product. There is, as far as I'm aware, never going to be any more updates for this game, which is a little sad, but you know, games have to be finished at some point. The music you're hearing now is telling me that there's a boss room nearby, which is right over here. You can also tell a boss room both by the red blob on the minimap and the fact that the door is covered in blood. Some bosses are very difficult. Some bosses, like this one, aren't very bad, especially when you have Death Laser. Good boss, everybody. That yellow meter, as you've probably gathered, is my energy, and without energy, weapons other than your primary bolt don't work anymore. It will thankfully automatically put you to your regular bolt as soon as you run out of energy. This is a prime example of a room that if you're really good at the movement in this game, you could bypass this room without having to go get the power-up required. I am not good enough at single wall jumping to get up there without a power-up. I am too out of practice for that. And I'm not even 100% sure if single wall jumping is that possible in this game. I seem to recall that it is doable, but don't quote me on that. So we will instead be going this way. Now, considering I see the lights around myself, I already don't like where this is going. And you'll note we don't have a ton of health. We are dying rapidly. Get used to that. That's gonna be the case with this game, because this is not an easy game. It is out to kill you and makes no bones about it. But it also is very good about providing you tools to not die as long as you pay attention. It's balanced murder. Okay, what do I need to get in here? Speed boost, okay. Smash that. Give me that. Now my shots travel faster. Which, you may think that your shots traveling faster doesn't matter. It does, but it doesn't. You do, I believe, have a limit as to how many shots are on screen at a time based on your fire rate stat. So if you can increase your shot speed, they'll break sooner, either on a wall or a target, and that thus allow you to fire more. We cannot get past this. What am I missing? I sadly wasted the damage boost we had, but... Huh. I'm not used to seeing a situation like this where there's just nothing here. That's just a one-way door, I guess. Huh. Really don't see that very often with this game. I really should be using my laser much more freely. Now, it's worth noting the laser will not go through walls any more than my regular shots will. At least not currently. Okay, so there's a power-up somewhere near here. You can usually guess pretty well where the power-ups will be, too, because they're usually in certain places. But when in doubt, there's the good old standard of just shoot the everywhere, and you will find it. And it'll always be in the section of the room that it shows on the map. So somewhere in this little segment here is where this power-up is. I'm just somehow missing the spot entirely. So it may actually be right on the other side of that breakable section here. Yeah, there it is. And now we got a blue archaic scrap. These do basically exactly what it says there. They're used to trade it for things, more or less. Because there's a variety of NPCs around that will offer you some very powerful things sometimes in exchange for those scraps. And I say sometimes for a very good reason, because there are plenty of times where you're going to get something completely and utterly useless from it as well. 1 second, just getting a notification away. There we go. Really need to just like mute that one out entirely. So I don't actually interact with that information. So I need to just get rid of that. One day I'll remember to do it. Yeah, another point about energy is if you are missing energy, it will try to give you both energy and health from enemy drops. That's the yellow orbs, as you might imagine, is energy. So if you're having trouble staying alive, it may be in your best interest to not use your energy weapons so that it will not have the opportunity to spawn energy, thus limiting the pool so that you will hopefully get health. I can't guarantee that that'll work in this game, because I don't know how the pooling works in this game entirely anymore. But in theory, it'll mean that it would only roll for either nothing, scrap, or health, instead of rolling for scrap, health, energy, etc. That's the idea behind that. Thank you for the follow, Enderlord99. Hope you're doing well. Watch as I very rustily get back through this. It's a very good game. I've just been out of it for the past, like, almost year, I think. And I'm doing fine so far. Still shaking the old brain into shape for the day, but, you know, that's always going to be the way. I'm running back through everything I remember about the game so that I actually remember it. But it's definitely one that I always come back to. Anti-knockback shoes are nice, but they can get you killed. I don't want any temporary boosts, and yeah, sure, I'll buy the boss map, even though I'm not really gonna want it that badly. I'll take it anyway. Just for the sake of A, showing it off for those who haven't played this, and B, having it in case I need it. We definitely are gonna need some kind of explosives, considering the amount of explosive doors around. Oh, I forgot how much the ice physics upsets me. Ooh, okay. At least I still remember how to short hop properly. I'll take that as a small victory. But it always blows me away a bit how so many people don't know this game exists, but every time I've run this, somebody comes out of the woodwork like, yeah, this game. And it makes me happy to see that people actually do know what this game is and do like it. Because it deserves to be more well-known and well-liked than it is in my experience. You know, do I want that power-up that badly? Exactly. Like, it's a well-executed concept, and it's in a very polished and good package. So it deserves to be regarded well. I think the issue it has is it falls into a kind of weird subset, is it's a niche upon a niche, more or less. It appeals primarily to the niche of people that like roguelikes to begin with, which is growing but isn't the hugest pie of gaming, for lack of a better way of putting it. And then the extra pie you have to worry about of people that still play or remember Super Metroid specifically the most, because that's the one this relates to control-wise the most. And, you know, aren't people that are still focusing purely on speedrunning Super Metroid or doing randomizers for it, or any other thing that isn't doing this instead. So I see how it ends up happening, but it'd still be nice if more people played it. Sure, I'll trade that. Damage boost is always nice. There's a yellow no, that's a shot speed stuck in there. There isn't a yellow scrap. No, I will always be pushing for this game. Like I said, the realities are still all that I've already listed there. Yeah, I saw you. I just forget how to kill you better than that. I'm gonna keep hitting my shoulder buttons wrong. They really want me to have a lot of shot speed. Huh. Not sure how to feel about that. Wait. There's another room above this room. The map does kind of give some things away, which is a blessing and a curse. Hover boots. Okay. They're not exactly hover boots. It's kind of a pseudo jetpack is closer. For those who haven't seen it, because you do gain height. When I was playing all the time, I could pretty much tell you what most of the power-ups I was going to get are from just the first handful of things I saw. But it has been too long for me to just be like, yeah, I'm going to go get all of these things here today. And I still haven't even actually unlocked everything or done multiple endings for this game or anything. I've only done the one. Because for all that I like this game, I will never claim that I'm great at it. But, you know, that also falls into the point I made before about it being a hard game. Like that. Which I did make a foolish trade of giving up health for energy earlier. And I forgot how quickly he fired that. You know, in the like 50 or so runs I've done with this game, I want to say I've managed to finish the fight once. I have gotten to the fight at the end a couple times, but I've only succeeded once. But you've definitely played a lot more than I have. I will definitely say that. But it really does feel in a lot of cases like this game does expect you to just have the right things line up for a run to win. Unless you're very, very good at the controls for it. Well, gonna have to do it this way then. This room layout is unfortunate. I just could not get an angle. And of course my nose is like sneeze time now. It's like it took me sitting down and playing for like an entire day and making absolutely sure I knew everything about what I was doing and getting into to get a winning run. And even then, it took a lot of tries and just happening to get a very, very strong setup for me to manage to get a win. And I seem to recall back when I was playing a lot, there were certain zones that if they popped up, I just almost rode off the run. Like, no, we ain't winning this one. Ooh. I got dog. Which basically acts as a rush coil, but it's automatic, so it's a little weird. I think I've only ever used this thing like once, because it's only ever shown up for me once. Oh, it also attacks. Neat. Okay, he'll give me quite the jump height, but not enough. Like, I could probably, if it lets you roll in that jump, I probably could, like, wall jump my way up that hole. Because there's just enough height there that it would probably work. But I'm more interested in going the other way at the moment. Seeing if there's something I can find that'll help me. Or just, you know, an entirely different path. Okay. Bang. I've definitely found hallways like this without having found a power-up before and stubbornly wall jumped my way through these corridors. Oh, this dog's gonna be a menace to society. I can already feel it. If he gets me killed, I will not be surprised. Like, there's gonna be a delicate jump I'm gonna try to make, and he's gonna spawn next to me, bounce me into death, and I'm gonna be sad. Huh. Okay, there is a room on the other side of this room. Okay. I had concerns for a second that I did actually have to go up. Okay, this is where the boss room is. Which means we should be able to get access to somewhere else past here. What do we got this time? Oh, it's this boy. Okay. Ah, that's how the jump off of him works. Okay. I cannot get the height. Or rather, I can get the height, but not the momentum in that space. So it's a good thing he actually backed off, or we were going to be in trouble there. Snag that damage boost, because as people might have realized by now, some of the weird colored enemies are essentially stronger versions, and they will drop temporary power-ups. In this case, we have a fairly hefty damage increase temporarily, so we should make the most of it if we can. Okay, so the jump doesn't work that way, and I just feel lied to. Okay. I thought I needed to hold jump for him to actually boost me, but that time I just tapped it and he still boosted me anyway. So I don't know how his boost works. All I know is it's going to continually upset me. Aha! Necroluminant Spray. I don't remember this one. I think I've only ever gotten this like once. 'Cause I usually end up getting the orb. Who gets lost and decides bad times are here for me. Judging from that, yes, it does. As soon as you said that, I do remember that being the case, which can be very, very strong if you can manage to chain them. Though I have found that the game does not like spawning enough champions, at least for me, for that to happen too consistently. It's real good if you're going through the game very fast, though, because invariably you will find enough of them. Oh, this is an upsetting room. This spray reminds me of something from another game, and I just cannot place it. like both the sound effect and the look of it and everything. Oh, good. I remember these rooms. The spawn 1,000 enemies if you shoot too fast room. Which is great if you have something like the flamethrower and you just have a grand old time. Or, you know, when the dog decides he wants to do his job. Chipping through all of that. These rooms are great for scrap, though. Like, ridiculously so. Because, you know, every single one of these blocks has a chance of dropping scrap and a chance for an enemy to spawn out of it as well, which would then be more scrap, and etc., etc. There's also a power-up lodged in here somewhere, probably at the bottom. No? Not at this part of the bottom, anyway. Must be... yeah, there it is. Kinda done with the idea of more shot speed, game. I know I lost the last set you gave me, but that doesn't mean you need to give me more. What do you got today? Toxin spray, which is actually reasonably nice. Here's horns. I wouldn't mind having that, but I don't have a green scrap. I will remember that you exist, but probably not what you have. Now, a wise man would leave himself an extra path out of here instead of just digging through the everything. Every now and then I can be a wise man. Don't know if today's going to be one of those days. So, considering I have the up dog, I think we'll be okay, even if I do not leave myself a path. Yeah, while I'm shaking the rust off, I would not be surprised if I have trouble even getting past 2 bosses in the game rather than getting very, very far. Because, you know, a year's worth of rust is definitely not going to do anybody any favors. Especially a robot. That's fair. There's a lot of good designs and really good work that went into a lot of the unique characters in this, so honestly, any of them would be a reasonably valid choice on that score. And that's another thing, is there's a good amount if you dig deep enough into this game. Let's see. We still don't have a real secondary weapon. I'm kind of confused why we have the luminant spray when we haven't encountered a place where we need it yet. Because as you might guess, the point of the luminant spray is it makes light. So there's got to be a room around somewhere that needs that. Health tank, though? Very happy to see that. Well, yeah, without the tutorial smiths, the fights wouldn't get anything done. Nearly as much. fair, but I wasn't sure if we wanted to get into the deep things behind all of this. Because I don't remember enough of it to really speak too much on that. Okay. That was the other thing. It's like there's always a delicate dance there. Right. Chompy room. Some more speed's always nice. The fight at Robot does feel a little clunk at base speed. Once you get a good bit of speed going, it starts to get a little out of hand the other way instead, though, so that's another one you gotta be a little careful about. There we go. I could trade blue for green, which wouldn't help because then I wouldn't have the blue to buy the thing that we were looking at before. So in the end, it really is pointless. That to open the door. Very good. Down here to see if there was anything of value. There is a door. You may find that I end up not looking at the minimap much, because a lot of the time I don't need it. But I'm telling you all that now so that you don't wonder why my pathing sometimes makes no sense. It is simply put because I'm not looking at the map. Where in the room is the item? Ceiling item? I must be just missing the spot, or it's on the other side of here. Man, there it is. Another health tank. I'm feeling better about this attempt. Okay, so we're getting slide or something along those lines, most likely. Considering there's a one block path there. Okay, let's come back to that boss room in a moment here. We have not seen the power-up for this section yet, have we? Or what? Actually, is this the same section that the... Always. So we can completely bypass that dark room. I did leave something up top. We may as well just fight this thing. Oh, it's you. It is interesting, though, that we completely don't even have to deal with that dark room at all. Considering this is a large boss room. Now, you might think, oh, that was an easy fight. It isn't, because he now breaks into multiple smaller ones. And they'll keep breaking down until they're destroyed. It's also getting very crowded down here on the ground level. Thankfully, because those exist, you have a lot of healing in this fight. So all in all, this really isn't that bad a fight as long as you manage it reasonably carefully. You know, don't just go ham breaking him into the small old chunks and sending them all over the screen, or you're gonna have a bit of a problem, potentially. Because that's why we had so many enemies down at the bottom, is every time he breaks, he spits minions as well. And there we go. Boss fight done. I feel like that's a better hat than Fish Fear Me, all things considered. Ooh, Buzzsaw Gun. That's not gonna open those doors, though. So that's interesting. This is also a really long goddamn room. And there's nothing in here, so there's no point in me going through here aside from map completion. I say as I go through here anyway. This way you guys get to at least see the use of the Necroilluminant spray, because I doubt it's gonna get used that much else. Yeah, we can also go to the other side of this room. Or maybe we can't, because up here is a small gap as well. I mean, there's a lot of people that really have had no reason to interact with the internet, so they end up having no knowledge or experience with it. That's not even counting the people that actively avoid it. There's just people that have had no reason to interact with it. So they end up just not. Sure. I have a feeling this may end up being very interesting. Go saw blades. I just like throwing saw blades around. The buzzsaw gun is honestly one of my favorite sub weapons. I mean, in the context of that statement, yes. In the reality, no. See, Zurvan likes 5, so we'll just give you 20. It's not going to be anything major probably, but I might get something. I don't think we need to get into everything that's wrong with that. We can leave that one alone. Because that gets into the concept of 4chan as a whole, and that's just somewhere we don't need to go. 4chan is a place best left for most people to forget exists. No, there's worse, but just because it isn't the worst doesn't mean anyone has to have anything to do with it. Well, I don't know if you can call it that when they're not knowingly doing that. Out. Let me out, please. I do not wish to be in the munch pit. Out. So I can't get through there without either slide or something along those lines down there. So either there has to be something I need immediately to my left, up and right of me, or I actually do need to do one of those vertical sections that I passed. I am having complications with my plan here. Dang it. So you can be rolling when you bounce off that, but the spacing here is so small that I'm having trouble getting the roll to happen without him jumping up after me as well. And then the wall jump doesn't trigger instead. So I'm too damn rusty at doing that. And I don't know if I have to do this, but there's things up there. God damn it, game. I do hate how, in attempting to do a wall jump, sometimes you end up cutting your jump short instead. Oh, stupid dog. Remember how I said I knew this thing was going to upset me? This is a perfect example of the moments I was thinking about. God. This also falls under why I was saying I'm not very good at the wall jumps in this. So I know they're not hard to do. I've never had the timing for it. Come on. I'm doing the input. You need to wall jump, please. There we go. That was an hours later. Okay, that's not anything significant either. Speed is nice, but not what I was looking for. Where was the opening? There isn't one. Speed. Ow. Speed. Come on, just let me through. Up we go. This is not where I wanted to be. Did that thing again where I followed the visible path and didn't re-find the breakable spot. There we go. I'm just also keeping an eye on something on the side, so don't mind me if sometimes I seem distracted. Yep, so we can cut these doors open. We just can't break the explosive doors which I just realized aren't actually on this map. I was getting my runs mixed up. Fire rate in exchange for blue scrap. No, thank you. If it was the other way around, I'd take that in a heartbeat. But I am not sacrificing my fire rate just for a piece of blue scrap. I don't need it that badly. Let's see, so there's something nearby. Might be under me. I'm hoping it's up here so I don't have to go back around. I'm gonna have to go back around. Okay. Going around's not that bad, it's just I was lazy. Worth it for an energy module, though. This way our health and energy are back on the same amount. What do we got? Wave Bomb. I don't remember these either. Oh, it's this thing. Never mind, I do remember this. I don't know why I would want this, aside from it being mildly helpful. I don't remember this actually being necessary for anything. It's just yet another thing I can use my energy for. So in the end, that didn't solve anything. But now that we have the buzzsaw gun, there is at least one other door we can go back for. Now that I stopped getting my runs mixed up in my head. Okay. There's a solvable door right past this room here. Down at the bottom. I was about to say down at the below, and that just tells me my brain is not in today. Which is potentially concerning. There we go. I say as I immediately notice an item in the room after I leave. Come on. I think if the dog didn't follow so closely, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, because it would more readily be where I want it to be for bouncing. But so far this thing's done nothing but annoy me. Okay. Just fly right on along. Ah, another area. Perfect. Not exactly an area I want, because I'm pretty sure I remember which area this is, and there's some upsetting enemies in here, but it's what I got, so we're going here. Yep, it's these weird things that make your screen go all glitchy and are just generally upsetting. They're also reasonably hard to kill without any damage increases, which we currently don't have. Thankfully, saws solve everything. Oh, right, the missile turrets, too. No, 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 no. You can't get rid of them unless they're up and active. And their missiles do a bunch of damage. So this area might prove problematic. Don't be surprised if I end up avoiding breaking meat blocks if I don't have to. Tiers number is 3. Do you want about phone? Oh, okay. We got a bunch of scraps, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you 30 and see what I get. Oh, much needed boost to my damage. It's a pity it's only temporary. But thank you, Tyr. If I remember right, giving them only basic scrap is only ever going to give you things that are temporary like that. They may give you something better if you give them the right amount plus one of the special scraps. I'm just being greedy about my special scrap at the moment. Once again, saws solve everything. More energy, okay. Boss door below us, but we can't go that way right now, because that's not the kind of door we can break at the minute. Get used to moving platforms making me wait in this area, because that's a big part of how this area works. Same with enemies that you can only hurt when they're open, because that's just one of the main gimmicks of this section, basically, is infested robots that are only vulnerable when the robot bits are out of the way. Hey, actual damage bonus. Nice. Perfect. Need more of those. Okay, so where is the item menu? Not in the obvious place. It's in the other obvious place. These are great, because these are save rooms. Unlike traditional save rooms, these basically just act as a respawn point. But only once. Just to clarify, in case people are like, but that's exactly what a save room does. It's like, well, yes, but no. Ooh, that one gave me 2 power-ups. Get rid of the wall sphincter, because no one needs to have one of those around. I did just now realize, though, that we missed an item in here. And I need all the help I can get, apparently, today. More ways than one, really, but that's neither here nor there. More power-ups, less scrap, damn you. I'm just resetting the room. This way their positioning and everything would reset and I wouldn't immediately get shot. That's better. Rate of fire increase. Give me more murder. Let me kill better and I will be happy. That's a ceiling. I hit it with my forehead. This is the kind of room I was worried about having the dog for. Yep, I screwed that up badly. Good thing we have that save room. Pity I wasted it already, but you know. Spike rooms be that way. send some saws around to protect myself while I figure out what I wanted to do there. Yeah, those guys will flip gravity and be a pain in the butt. Oh, I need to remember I have these wave bombs too. I keep forgetting they even exist. What do you got for sale? Zone 3's map and the Hive Helm. The Hive Helm doesn't help us because we have nothing that spawns nanobots. I could grab it in case I do get one, but I don't care about it enough. I will take the Zone 3 map, though, so I get an idea of what's going on with that. I think we are in Zone 3 at the moment. No we aren't. This is still Zone 2. Oh, right, I think the starting area counts as Zone 0. And then over there would then be Zone 1, and over here is Zone 2. And then the area after this is Zone 3. That's probably the case. We have to go through the spike room, though. Because everywhere else is blocked off by fire doors. That's upsetting. I could try going back up and going up through there. But I'm not 100% sure if we can get back up through that hallway right now. I mean, presumably we can with Updog. Just that's a fairly lengthy backtrack. No, I'll just man up and either live or die in the spike room. Worst case scenario, we die, and at that point, well, we try again. And hopefully get a better seed than this one. Now, something people may not be realizing is getting hit stunned by those spikes messes with your jump as far as getting back out of the spikes goes. That's why sometimes you'll see me jump weird in those, because I'm trying to jump out of them and failing. And other times, I tap the button and it doesn't read the way I want it to. And that happens. You know, that's just how it goes. You know, I never would have figured that one out. Thanks, Tutorial Smith. Like, some of his tutorials are genuinely helpful. Then there's tutorials like that one where I'm just like, why? Like, I guess it's a good warning to give people that aren't familiar, but if you step in a room and start taking damage, you would think people would be smart enough to go, wow, I probably shouldn't be in here, and immediately leave. So, that's a thing. But at the same time, I already know my mistake in that statement, and that is expecting people to be smart. I forget why I left the run timer up. I know I had a reason for it. So that reason may just be simply you can't turn it off, and I didn't remember. Or in this exact moment. Yeah, get used to me dying a lot. As I warned at the beginning of this, there's gonna be a lot of death. Success was never a guarantee. Progress is negotiable. I just like this game. Okay. Give me one quick second to send a message that I forgot to do. Where is... There we go. That accounts for that properly. The joys of being distracted and forgetful. So that's an interesting thing I've caused to happen here, if you just look at what Fight's doing right now. He's just having a great time. Let's see. Another power-up over here. And yes, I'm just going to immediately move on from the weird move he was doing there. Good, a health tank. If we don't encounter another death spike room, maybe I'll actually manage to keep this time. Aha, ha ha ha. That's a big tentacle. That's not ideal. This, though, this is ideal. Is this both gives me charge shots and turns all of our shots electric, so any of those yellow doors you see on the minimap we can get into. And I believe our shots just straight up do more damage now as well. It's honestly really nice if you can get a run where you get multiple bolt upgrades, rather than tons of energy using weapons. But that might also just be my inherent laziness talking, like, oh yeah, if I just only have to push button and shoot, all is good. Though I do genuinely like the charge shot. It does make your fire rate upgrades seem somewhat less effective at times. But once your fire rate gets high enough, you'd, of course, want to use rapid fire instead of the charge shots. You want things in multiples of 9, and I don't have any scrap to give you, so I'll come back to that idea in the future, potentially. Probably not. So I don't think fire rate affects your charge speed in this game. Nah, it doesn't seem like it does. Because the charge time's already pretty low. You can also do partial charges, though, I believe. And something I honestly forgot is that the champion enemies can actually sometimes drop scrap as well, which can be very, very helpful at times, rather than relying on finding scrap in walls. And when I say scrap in that instance, I mean the colored scraps instead of the standard scrap. Oh, that's an enemy, that's why. Boss fights nearby, okay. Wow. Okay. Let's see what this boss is. I also forget what this orb I have with me does. I think it's a shield. Oh yeah, this is the walking pukey boy. Alright, I remember you now. I remember not liking you. Thankfully you're dead, so all is right with the world. Get used to lots of bleh in this game. That is the one downside to it, is if you can't stand gore and puking things, this game definitely isn't gonna be for you. Oh, well that's not ideal. I might have missed something actually helpful up there. Well, we're down here now. I am not gonna be able to wall jump my way out of there. Discord, please. Oh, it's just that bugging out a little. Okay, that's fine. Thankfully, since we have the shot upgrade from up there, we probably didn't miss anything vital, but we might have missed, like, some damage ups or something up there, which would have made me happier. But, you know, we're here already. Not much to be done about it. Is this the area power-up? No. There's a little bit of behind the curtain concept. As you might have gathered, most areas only have one significant power-up. Occasionally you'll find like a minor benefit in the same zone. But generally there's like one progression power-up per zone, as you might imagine with a game like this. You know, it's a good thing my electric shots don't kill me in the water. You'll notice it does make the water blink, but it doesn't hurt us. I don't remember if it hurts enemies that are in the water or not. I think it's just a visual thing. I'm not 100% certain of that. It's been too long. I would like to get to that health. There we go. God, birdhead, why? And as you might imagine, these blocks need a different element to get through them. Just in case anybody's like, well, why aren't you getting that? It's like, well, I can't. I would love to, but I can't. Now, where is the item here? It's somewhere up here. They like to hide things like on the corners of areas and in places like that. Where? Appreciate it, Tiny. Hope things are working out well as they can. Oh, yeah, it's right here. No? Oh boy, I think I see where this goes. Uh-huh. Where? Oh, it's inside here. Okay. Yeah, dang it. Red scrap for green. I don't even have red scrap, game. Come on. Get with the times here. Finding things like that does make me wonder if I missed a spot where I was supposed to get one. Ow. Yep, there it is. I hit jump again, but it didn't give me the reaction time for that because I was already off that edge. There's gonna be a lot of spike death today, apparently. You know, when I was joking about your tutorial not being helpful before Tutorial Smith, this one's really not helpful. He did give me a attack boost for that, though, so I'll take it. Why am I hearing sirens again? Who crashed this time? And that's not even a joke. There's so many accidents around here that I hear sirens like daily. It is upsetting. Also very distracting. Get away from me, ankle biter. I'm looking forward to having proper headphones again so I don't hear everything everywhere outside of what I'm doing. I cannot deny that it's useful sometimes to be able to hear all of that. Let's see. Those little slug things are probably one of my least favorite regular enemies because you can't hit them without actively walking close and aiming down or jumping over them and shooting downward, because they are just the lowest thing to the ground possible. Okay, so we've seen a fire door and an electric door around here. And we got electro charge again. Nice. That still leaves the question mark of why that fire door is there. But that's probably for coming back up here. Presumably the item's right down there in the bottom middle of the room. Yeah. It's scrap. Some of them are obvious. At least if you're paying attention. Like, apparently I'm not, considering I got hit there and I don't even know how. Though I am slightly distracted, so there is that. The amount of times I've forgotten that I can shoot down while jumping. Even though I also immediately use it before and after forgetting it. Oh yeah, you can also bring bullets into rooms with you if you time it right. If your bullets are slow enough, you can actually, like, bring a set of bullets into a boss room and get a free hit on the boss that way. I remember doing that. But you have to have, like, I think under base speed bullets to do it. And that's not easy to do. I mean, normal speed, you could probably still do it. It just would be harder, because you'd have to be very quick. And, you know, not have a room like this where the boss is below where you spawn in. Ow. I thought he was going to do the upward shot, so I was ready for that, and then, yeah, that. Either way, he's dead already. Interesting how we've gotten more or less the same start, just in a different direction. But that's random generation for you. Sometimes the dice roll and land the exact same way twice. Generally, yes. Who knows? I mean, it is just a fact. That is true. Where is this item? I feel like I've circled the entire room at this point, but I must have missed a spot somewhere. Because it is actually shockingly easy to manage to miss the, like, one square something's actually at. So I would have figured it would have been up in one of these corners, but it clearly isn't, otherwise we would have it already. There's another spot I would have expected it to have been right there, but it obviously isn't there. Because we're in the wrong part of the room now. Come on. Wall jump, please. Thank you. You know what? Heck with that one. I'm not so interested as to sit there and hunt for it. And we can't go this way anyway. Though, fun fact, get a load of the really big boss spawn up there. I'm sure I don't need to explain what that is. Because that's a thing. If you happen to have the right things early on, you can actually just go right in there, depending on what spawn you get. In this particular case, we're locked behind fire, but that's genuinely all we're locked behind, technically. Realistically, you would not want to go in there until you're much better prepared, but that's a thing. But that's also why we had to wall jump to get up there, is because ordinarily you'd have to have some variety of jump boosts to get up there. And for what it's worth, if I remember right, you have to actually get somewhere you're not supposed to be in order for wall jumping to be unlocked for you. I want to say it's actually one of those hidden upgrades in this game, because there's a couple of those. But it's been long enough since I went and got that I can't guarantee that. So the fire is probably down in here somewhere. Or it would have to be down here somewhere since there's no other paths that don't need fire. But we're going to need a different jump ability in order to get back out to get there. Okay, so that's how the logic on this one plays out. Okay, I can work that. That's fine. Because, like, the logic is usually very easy to read in this game. Just whether you can actually survive following through on it is more of the question in a lot of cases. I probably should check that room up there first before I go too crazy following this path. There's probably next to nothing behind this, but the backtracking we had to do before was because I wandered off like that, so best to actually... Yeah, see, this one was worth it because it's got one of these in it. Which I gotta break from this side and then get back around before it closes. More accurately, probably like hit it from here. And then don't fuck up the jump. There we go. This is a robot named Fight. It is basically a Metroid roguelite. Been out for forever, or at this point, basically. What are you doing, Pazzy? Okay, so there's nothing else to be gained there. Yeah, it's that time of year for every job to get worse, sadly. But hopefully it's not been too bad. Now. Don't start that. I have very little reason not to just toss you out if you start nonsense like that. Okay. That, you gotta be careful with that. Yeah, it's that time for everybody's insurance to be resetting. Hey, Buzzsaw gun again. So that'll get us through those flesh doors. Not through the fire ones, but through the... I love this game, but I've also been playing this on and off for years, so... There's an existing bias in that case. Like, I've known about this basically since it came out. Yee. Damn it. Now, as I've been saying this whole time, though, there's a difference between liking a game and it being a easy game or being a game you're particularly good at. And yes, we are hitting everything when we electrify the water, so that's convenient. I couldn't remember on that one. I want to wall jump off this wall. That'll get me over. Come on. Wall jump, you fool. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Thank you. If I remember right, when you unlock wall jump, the game does start accounting for wall jump in the logic. But I don't know that for certain. But I've certainly encountered a lot of places where wall jumping is either necessary or at the very least helpful. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. Phone, please. Now is not the time to be distracting me with 1,000 things. And we're dead. I really expected him to die quicker to the electricity than that. Oh well. Try again. Back on your feet. Gee, thanks. Thanks for making me weaker. Every now and then, Tutorial Bot decides, you know what? Just fuck you. So we start with a -2 to our damage this time. Because, you know, we haven't been having trouble enough already or anything. Thankfully, the game was kind enough to start me with the laser to kind of compensate, but it's just like, come on. Rude. Needlessly rude. And we are not going to have enough energy to be able to compensate completely for this damage down yet. There it is. It's like he should have died like a good 2-3 hits of that ago, but thanks to the damage down, nope. And that's why sometimes I just don't interact with the tutorial smith at all. Because sure, he might give you a buff, but he might also give you a debuff. So you gotta take that risk in your hands when you decide to talk to him at the start. Okay. Sitting here just making sure my brain processes the fact that this is yet another new run, so I don't start being like, where's my electricity and things like that. Okay, there's single tile gaps, so more than likely a couple of those upgrades exist in the world then. Okay, let's go up first. I have a good feeling about up. And I was right. Explosive bolt. We now shoot missiles. And that will definitely help compensate for our weakness. As you'll notice, the explosive bolts are taking damage twice on enemies. It's because it's once for the contact and once for the explosion, more or less. So that will be incredibly helpful with our decreased damage. Which is probably also why this seed starts with you getting that damage down. Because otherwise this would probably be very strong. Especially with also having the beam at the start. This game is very smart with how it accounts for things. You may not realize a lot of the things it's accounting for at a glance, but there's a lot of thought put into just about everything that goes into every seed for this game. It's kind of insane. I am getting screwed up really badly, though. How did all of you somehow survive the laser? They must have just managed to narrowly avoid being blasted. There's no other way they wouldn't be dead already. Keep blasting through more weird meat beasts. Get away from me. Really could use some health, game. Come on. I'm not gonna jump down there and try to kill those guys for it, because that's gonna just get me killed. Well, that's not ideal. Just gonna wait a second and let some of my energy come back, because you get up to an amount back. I think we were actually at that amount, though. Well, fingers crossed this isn't too dangerous a boss then, or we're in trouble. No, it's just this guy. Okay. We might still die, though, just because it's gonna get real crowded in here. Okay, health's back. We're fine. That could have gone very badly if I didn't play that carefully. Up. I opted for up because it's generally not going to be a point of no return if you're going up, whereas down could easily be a point of no return. But it looks like down's our only choice. I'm not sure why my entire dashboard just shifted slightly. Like, the entire thing. Okay, that's not a useful upgrade at the moment. But this one. This is not a significant upgrade either. It's probably in that little corner piece right in front of this jerk. You'll also notice that spike over there has an eye in it. The one right across from where this is sitting. It's because those are alive. That's one of the things for this area. Oh, this is such a pain. Because these platforms don't last very long, and those locks don't stay open for very long either. Got it. Whee. Now, I do want to go get the thing. I was just making sure that neither of these were the progression upgrade for the area. Because sometimes you can get them, like, right at the beginning of an area, if you're very lucky. And I certainly wouldn't say no to moving faster. Especially not when they've decided this needs to be destructible platform hell. There we go. You know, it being meat room is not much better. This is probably the thing I'm looking for. Yep, Arachnomorph. I am Spider-Bot. I am now 1 tile high. We can still attack in spider form, which is very nice. It's very easy to unmorph as needed. You press down and B to morph, and then press up and you unmorph. And up, and up, up, up. But this is exactly what I mean about being able to get your progression upgrade very early in an area. Now I don't need to worry about going back for areas that need the upgrade from this section, because we already have it. Otherwise, we'd have to backtrack to get in here, for example. Except we're still going to, because we have nothing that pierces walls. So that's unfortunate. Sometimes they double layer the requirements like that, just to thumb their nose at you. About the only thing I'll point out as like an objectively kind of annoying thing with this game is the fact that there are multiple things that won't tell you what they do at all. Like, this ends up being kind of a wiki game, a little bit. Like, some things tell you pretty clearly what they do, like the wrecking shell, you move slower and shoot slower, but you do more damage and have more health. And this one makes blessings last long. Those are obvious. But we saw one before that says, like, power in exchange for danger. It's like, well, you can kind of guess what that means, but it doesn't explicitly tell you exactly what either of those concepts mean. Sure, we'll take this own one map because it's cheap. So now we see the whole context of the area we're in right now, and you'll see that there's a lot of power-ups scattered all over this area, and there is a save room in here. So that's helpful. We can kind of route our pathing based on that knowledge now. There's nothing obviously preventing us from getting there. That doesn't mean we'll be able to get there, because there may be, like, jumps we can't make or something wacky in the way. But judging from what I saw of the map, it's unlikely that there's anything that'll completely impede us getting there. I'm hedging how I'm saying that for the simple reason of I don't want the universe to take note of me saying that and go, oh really, let's make sure you can't get there, or by some chicanery. Because as people that have been around here for a bit have seen, I have definitely managed to find a way to piss the universe off enough that it decides to cause me problems. I was stuck. Save room required. We can't actually progress from this room, at least not further down, because we need fire for that, but we have the save room as a safety. Go this way rather than going further down for the same logic I had mentioned before about down being more likely to be points of no return. Which was a mistake I was making a lot earlier because I was just kind of going and not actually looking at my surroundings properly. I'm going to try to start getting some of these runs to last a bit longer, so I'm going to start pathing smarter. Show the difference between when I'm just flinging myself into the void and when I'm actually paying attention to what I'm doing. Yep, same shop. Now you'll notice this whole big room has the boss's nearby music because it is connected to a boss room. Of course, you know, I say music when it's really just creepy noises for the most part. And some ominous boom. I would love to get that, but unfortunately, I don't have what it needs. That does account for the item in the area, though, in case people are wondering. Fire rate upgrade that I would much like to have. That'll be helpful for the boss fight, no matter what boss it is. These let you teleport between rooms like this, but we only have the one, which is why I never bothered to demonstrate what it did before, is it currently, for us, doesn't do anything. And you may be questioning the use of spider form. It's actually fairly useful in terms of like making your hitbox smaller and such when you need to as well. Which can actually be very useful against this guy because you can shrink down so that he can't get you. Problem is, in spider form, you can't aim upward. Oh, this is... yeah, that was very bad. He pinned me in that corner. I could have jumped over him, but the odds of me dying to touching him on the way up and over were just as high as just sitting in that corner and hoping he didn't wiggle around and hit me. Okay. There's one unfortunate thing is, most things, especially bosses, do more than one tick of health. In case nobody's caught on to that one. What I should have done was just laser him. But I will admit that I forgot I had the laser. In the moment, brain went, you don't have laser. You did not pick up laser. Which is true, but that's because we started with the laser. I'm actually gonna go check the path over here and see if there's anything useful. Because there are items to be gained over here. And then we can come back to that fight. Because I don't particularly like that boss very much, if I'm honest. He can very easily turn into that exact situation I pointed out over there, where you're pinned in a corner and you don't have the health to survive it. You just need... he's one that I prefer to just rush down if I can, so I don't have to deal with him. Like, he's not that hard to bait around, but it just becomes just this whole nuisance. And that'll help immediately, having a health tank. Okay, we can't get into that item because it requires being able to hit something that's behind a wall. You'll also notice that icon up there by the minimap. That shows that we had a save room, but it's broke now. Oh, I believe is what that's for. We can't actually progress any further this way. I do have a damage up, though, so if I can just get there quick enough to take advantage of the boosted damage. Because that's why he's a problem right now, is the fact that our damage currently stinks. That's basically why everything is proving to be a problem. Because we have all the damage of a wet newspaper at the moment. But sadly, I don't know if our boost here is going to last long enough to get over there. Especially if I go the wrong way. Like, I can hope to run into a boosted enemy in order to get another boost. But I feel like my luck's not good enough for that today. Like, I think we'll have enough time to start the fight with it. Yeah, no, we're actually already there, so maybe this won't be so bad. Except he also got a very good start against us. Nope, I think we're dead again. Yep, because in order to get a good angle in some of his positions, you kind of put yourself in a position where he just gets his shots through too. I probably could have angled my shots smarter. But, you know. Yeah. And the Explorer Hat Robot thing here, I believe will float near where hidden objects are. I want to say that's his whole thing. Like, if there's a secret inside a wall, he'll be like, yeah, it's right here, boss. Oh, look here. I am disappointed in myself that we died to that thing twice, though. I am already nearly dead. In fact, we might actually... Nope. I couldn't remember if the poison would kill me or not. But judging from the fact that our health bar is actually technically empty right now, that's a thing. Toxin spray is real nice for going around corners, by the way. So, you know, we're just in danger instantly this time, which is not ideal. Do not recommend being nearly dead the second you start a run. It does not, as it turns out, improve the odds of a run going well. If I were to suggest, I would suggest not doing that. The only thing I would more highly suggest not doing is dying entirely. Well, this is upsetting. There's an item behind that, but we sadly can't get to it right now. We can get whatever that is, but it's not exactly in a great position. Go ahead and clear all that out with toxin spray so I can grab this reasonably safely. Sadly, not worth it, at the second, but it might pan out at some future point somewhere, possibly, hopefully. Wouldn't bank on it. Just get rid of him. Yeah, if anybody came here expecting me to actually manage to do well today, I unfortunately have way too much rust between me and managing to accomplish that. And I know I said that already, but just in case anybody missed that thought. Or somehow thought what I was doing was a bit. No, I'm just botching. That is just how this is going right now. This is Pulse MGL. His grenade launcher. Now, the thing with this is the blast radius from it is, I believe, the point to having this as far as the logic of the progression goes, so we can actually go back and open that door that needs us to be able to get past a wall. I believe if you hit the spot near where those are, the blast radius will reach. Either that or this is meant to be my electric weapon. I don't remember. Could be both. Because it is definitely an electric weapon as well. So I could actually open that electric door on the way by. But I'm more interested in getting the item that they're trying to keep me from getting by having that annoying door there. Just to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Yep, it does open electric doors as well. Very good. I mean, it made thunder noises and had lightning bolts coming out of it, so you would figure, but gotta make sure. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen something that makes complete sense not actually be true. I wanted the power up, but I almost died for it like a fool. More accurately, I wanted to extend my existing power up. No, that doesn't actually reach. Well, son of a bitch. Apparently I need one that's going to reach further than that. I know you can manage to get that into a position where it can go through a wall, but apparently that is not one of those positions. I think you have to have one of those ones that's like at a corner. Pay no mind to the Mega Beast picking up buildings, by the way. Everything is totally fine. There's nothing to be afraid of. Festus wants things in multiples of 6, and I have barely anything to offer them, so come back to you about that later. Or more accurately, never. Okay. Once more, all the way back this way. That was the electric door I showed off opening. And that had Hephaestus behind it. I'm just making sure I'm not running off and ignoring a door I opened already. Leave my feet alone. What I'm doing is excessive, but it's fun. And that's one of the big things with the explosions is they stick around for a little bit. Much like the explosive bolt shots, if something stays in the blast radius long enough, they will get hit more than once, potentially. Can't believe I missed that shot. With that range and all. Come on now. Fine. You're all getting a taste of poison gas, then. You asked for it. I should probably also look at that extermination thing we unlocked at the literal start of things today. So I believe that that's a different game mode entirely, basically. Like, I want to say the point of that is killing X amount of the monsters that are in a seed instead of actually making your way to the final fight. Might also involve killing the final boss too, though. I don't actually know. That went from nearly being a quick kill to nearly being a quick death. Whew. As you might have gathered from how that fight started, toxin spray does a lot of damage. You gotta be very careful when you split bosses like that up fast. I'm doing that thing again where I'm playing real fast and loose, and it's gonna get me killed. Okay, we're stuck down here now. So hopefully whatever was up there I didn't actually want. We're not like stuck down here, but it's gonna be a while before we can get back up. Damage boost, huh? Give me... There we go. Now we got a permanent and a temporary damage boost on at the same time. There's darkness over there. Oh, wait. Are you the light bot? To my memory, you can't actually look at what your inventory has. Hey, I could use the pulse grenades, actually, to see in the dark. Well enough. Keyword to that being well enough. It's not great. And since this room is full of destroyable platforms, this is a bad idea. And yeah, I think we do just have Lightbot following us around. I tried to trick the system a little bit there. It didn't work. Damn it. I hate the fact that you can get stuck underneath those so easily. That is very frustrating when that happens. Oh good, I got Lightbot again. That's clearly what I need. I don't remember this. I think I've had the shotgun before and I've just never used it. The wall jump plus. Oh god, the pain. That's very helpful, thank you. I think I've never used this. I'm pretty sure I've had it before, but I don't think I've ever used this. Because as you might have gathered, I'm very lazy with my sub-weapons in most games. This game in particular, I can be very bad about forgetting that I have them at all. I can wait until I have a jump ability, or I can just do this. Radial bolts. Hooray. This was probably not worth brute force wall jumping my way through. Or to get. Especially since getting out of here is going to be a pain in the ass. Because I have to do an even more precise wall jump to get out of here. In fact, I might have actually soft blocked myself in here by doing this. Which, if one of the first things I get is radial bolts, I'm not that upset about being stuck and having to reset. For those wondering why I'm having so much trouble with the wall jumps, you have to turn around at a very specific point. There we go. In order to make the wall jump work, it's not just touch wall, press opposite direction, and jump. It's a timing window problem. Because if you touch the wall, you're too late. If you turn around too early, that's why you see me sometimes just ending up spinning around instead of wall jumping. You have to turn around right before you make contact with the wall. That's also why you'll hear me mashing jump when I do that, is I cannot for the life of me tell on command whether I've made it to the spot or not, because there is an animation for when you've hit it properly, because you'll see him like put his arm up on the wall, but it's there for a very, very tiny window of time. So I prefer to just mash my way to victory for that. Which makes multiple wall jumps difficult because you'll frequently end up canceling your spin or doing a short jump, and it all just falls apart from there. If I sat down and dedicated myself to getting the timing down, I absolutely could do it much better than I do. But that involves a level of motivation towards picking that ability up that I have no interest in. Like, at that rate, I would actually sit down and, like, learn to speedrun Super Metroid or something. It's also why you won't see me do a hack like Super Metroid Rotation or something like that, since that's also very wall jump heavy. Like, you gotta be able to do some pretty good wall jumping to get through that. And that just ain't in my abilities. Rocket launcher. Would have rathered explosive bolt, but rocket launcher will do. I feel like this is gonna be another sub-weapon heavy run. The good news is, as you might imagine, a rocket launcher does a lot of damage. Which is why you see it demolishing like the spawner guys and such in one shot. As long as you hit directly. Yeah, if you're not hitting your target and you're relying on the splash, it's not going to do as much. There's the power up. Gimme. Let's go back first. Because there is a path we didn't take back here. Now that we have the progression item for the area, just in case. Because there might be a power-up socked away in that path. Nope. I was hoping to squeeze over enough to kill him without having to come out first. Sadly, not so much. You can always tell when I get annoyed because the sub-weapon comes out and excessive firepower is applied to everything in my vicinity. It's like, okay, you know what? Everybody dies. Only one of you upset me, but everybody's gonna pay for his sins. Oh, now I gotta do this wall jump again, huh? Come on. Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Please. That's the other problem is sometimes I don't realize I've timed it enough to make it work, so I don't end up turning around and moving in the direction I need to either. I wish this was a simpler wall jump to use. Like, it's extra, so that's why it's a kind of pain in the butt wall jump to use. And I'm not upset that it takes work to make it work, but I am, but I'm not. Is the bottom line there. Okay, so he gives me a bunch of nanobots. Those will help temporarily. This was probably not worth climbing over here for, but, well, we have it now. Like, this area has been just a pile of unprofitable pain in the butt things so far. I'm just gonna kill that before trying to climb up there. Come on. I'm doing the timing fine, game. Just give it to me, please. Oh my god. This is also something that becomes somewhat easier with higher speed because of the fact that you can turn around in the air better, but you also have the timing for getting the actual wall jump becoming more problematic instead. So it's a trade-off. Also, all those nanobots dead already, except for one. Because they die on contact with an enemy. Or a projectile. Because they're supposed to protect you from projectiles, but you run into an enemy because you're just trying to get back out of the hell you found yourself in. You will very frequently find that they all just die instantly. Which makes them kind of terrible unless you have a means of generating more of them. Which is why I frequently don't care about nanobots. I'm sure there's people that swear by them, and there's probably setups where they're incredible. I have not found such to matter to me. Let me out of tiny, chompy bastard hell. No touchy. Anyway, making forward progress once again. And there he goes, highlighting where the item is, which is very helpful for saving you time if you don't have the usual locations for that kind of thing memorized. Which I no longer do, obviously, after having not played for like a year. Because they do spawn in, like, I don't think they're quite set locations in a room, but there's only a handful of possible spots, generally. I don't know if it's just obfuscated set spawns, or if there's just like a small amount of variance. Here we go. Remember to shoot their shots out of the air as best you can. Then fire a shotgun into the mist for fun. Okay, so we're not going up into there because we can't. Actually, not sure how to open that. Well. Actually, there might be a hidden pathway. That's something I didn't check. Just in case. Nah. Okay. I don't know what the deal with that is. I think that's something I've seen before, but ended up dying before I resolved that. So, I have no answers for that one. Another one-way trip. I also don't know why I'm so tired today. I slept a good amount, starting at a good time. I did wake up a little early, I guess. Like, I got up at 8, even though I didn't want to. So that might be why. We are definitely in danger of dying very rapidly. But then again, that's been a consistent thing. Tier. How do you feel about 9 and a blue? We got aura bolts. That was actually very worth it. Because aura bolts mean your bullets have, exactly as it said, a damaging aura around them. so your shots don't have to be as precise. I don't think that affects your sub-weapons, though. No, that does not. It'd be pretty ridiculous if it did. You'll note that his was one of the shots that can't really break. Either that or Aura Bolts don't break bullets anymore. I know there's a catch to Aura Bolts, I just don't remember what it is. So them not breaking enemy bullets might be the case. I would be more than willing to assume that the aura doesn't do as much damage as the bullet itself as well. Okay, we can break that. I was expecting that to be like a thing I would need fire for or something again, just be very upset. Unfortunately, Aura Bolts don't get you in there, but we can still get across, just not actually in. As you'll notice, none of this floor is breakable. And these flyers just show up in every room, just about, by the way, the big multi-eye guys. Specific to this area, they just kind of show up. Not getting in there. We must be getting some kind of piercing shot soon. We're seeing entirely too much of that. You'll note that one of the few useful things about Radial Bolt is that everything that affects your bolt affects it. So we fire like massive piles of Aura Bolts. This is a hot area. We can't be there. That will kill us. I don't know if that room specifically was gonna start damaging me. I think it would. But that was at the very least going to lead to an area that was gonna start damaging me, so we needed to not be there. Or unless we don't have any other choices. Which this game doesn't seem to tend to give you hot rooms that you have to get through in logic, without giving you a means of avoiding the damage from it. It's not like a randomizer where it's gonna expect you to do wacky things like run through a hot zone when unprotected. You can do it, and it may benefit you, but they won't expect you to do that. Well. This is upsetting. And little Explorer Bot is not telling me where I need to go to get through this. So presumably there's not actually a passageway here. I just don't have what I need for this. There is, I believe, a one-tile teleport thing you can get. That's the better way to do a jump like that. What have you got for me? Things I cannot afford. The F chip is a usable thing like the radial bullets. You would basically just be able to heal yourself using energy, which is nice. Especially if you're like me and forget that your sub-weapons exist. And I would not want to give up my damage in favor of speed, so... that shop is dead to me. Is we already don't have any damage upgrades. If I had like 4 damage upgrades or something ridiculous like that and no speed upgrades, I would consider the speed shell. Is then basically it's lossless speed increase for me. Oh my god. Let me out. Let me out. I want out. Out better than that, please. Problem is the wall on the left's higher on this one, so I can't just wall jump off the left. There we go. Thank you for waiting. And now you're dead. But this is why I say I think they take wall jumping into account once you have unlocked wall jumping. Because otherwise you'd have to find a jump upgrade in order to get into rooms like that. Oh my god. Why are so many of these tubes goddamn useless? Like, that's basically 3 for 3 on useless tubes. And for those wondering why I sometimes get caught in those fans like that, it's weird. I don't think you're supposed to, but it was never fixed, so it's a thing. So either I need to go in that tube underneath me, not the one I'm standing on, but the one in the hallway down below going to the right, or I need to find a way through that upper right room or somewhere in that huge room above us. I'm gonna try the huge room. That seems like the more likely to want to be the proper path. That's to my mind right now. I don't know if I'm right, but if I knew if I was right or not, I wouldn't be questioning it. Right, that's why we didn't go further in this room. Just because I fell down here and didn't want to do the jumping path to get back at that exact moment. Because in order to get across this room, you basically do this whole high path. Just gotta watch out for the couple icy patches that they put in here to try to throw you off. There we go, another speed up. Definitely going to be helpful. Totally not going to get me killed by throwing me off of a ledge or anything, ever. No. That's not a thing. It's crazy talk. Crazy. Terrible, crazy thing you're talking Why does this have to be the part of the day where everything happens? So that was another pointless email. I'm keeping an eye out for things from like Lurkit and all that good stuff. Which I still need to do the one game I got a key for, but that'll probably be after we find out what Humble Choice is gonna offer this month. Just for those wondering, yeah, I still haven't canceled that. I thought about it. I really thought about it. But the moment I cancel it, we all know is gonna be the month where they have like the best list again, and I'm just gonna be sad. What was the problem with this pathway? Oh, right, I just looked at this and went, no, I don't want to do this. Wait. God damn. There we go. Hey, I was just about to say, I wish I did more damage, and there it is. Ah, right, that turns the fans off. That's helpful and not at the same time, because now you have to do the jumping path properly. You can't just boost your way through it. But it also means that the fans won't push you off if you're trying to do it. Hover boots. Okay. That explains how I was supposed to be getting into the other rooms. Okay. Wasn't sure I could push past that fan. There wasn't actually anything stopping me from going this way. Oh, something I keep forgetting to point out. You'll notice that the items we're getting are actually appearing on my model. Like, the shoes are actually visible on Fight here. It's more obvious when you have some of the, like, shoulder pads and such that you can get. And the shoes are obviously one of the more obvious ones too, which is why I pointed it out now. Okay, so this is the boss fight. Yeah, there isn't really any point in going anywhere else right now. So we may as well fight this boss. Correction, I'm gonna go get some health, then we're gonna fight the boss. Is fighting a boss with half health is just asking for trouble. I mean, that's a little bit better. I know this isn't the most exciting thing, but this is necessary if we want to get through this. Oh, he survived the rocket. God damn it. Well, that didn't work. Okay, back to playing it safe. Then I did the exact thing I was talking about not doing before, which was putting yourself in a position where you have to use energy. Or in this case, things will be dropping energy instead of what you're looking for, which in this case is health. Going in while I have the shot speed upgrade might not be the worst call. Especially now that we've equalized our health a bit. But we do have a little bit of spare time as far as that goes to try to leverage this into more health. Oh, fine. Just go for it. Oh, it's this freak. This one's really weird, but not super dangerous. You just gotta be mindful of his little vine move he does there, and of the minions he spawns. But he's otherwise not too bad. He's definitely up there for weird. The Phazerang. This lets me get past all those walls. The Phazerang is one of the weapons that can pass through walls. You notice you get your energy back when you catch it too, which is nice. Okay. So that boss is dealt with, and we've got another weapon that needs energy. Before I go any further, I'm gonna get up for a quick second, so I'll be right back. There's gonna be an ad and all that good stuff. So just sit tight a moment. Won't be long. Alright, back to it. Make sure that it's still capturing. Okay, still capturing everything unmuted properly. Perfect. Except I've now cycled around incorrectly. God damn it, hands. Please. Thank you. Imagine if I accidentally hit restart game after all of that. Oh, what a tragedy that would have been. Similar case with him killing me when I landed. That would have also been a disaster. But now I can open things that are behind walls. I can fly. Things have gotten significantly better. Oh god. And we're dead. Damn it. He was too tough. I just could not kill him. I thought the rockets would kill him before he could get to me. That is so upsetting. We were finally making some real headway, and then just 2 hits dead. Yeah, that's great, thanks. You know, ignoring the fact that 9 out of 10 deaths I think I've had have been to contact damage. You know, that thing I love so much. That thing. Well, you know, nature of the beast and all. I don't know if I can count it as jinxing myself if I commented on something killing me and then got killed by something else. I feel like that doesn't count. I'm not sure how to feel about that now that I've had that thought. Because that just struck me right after I was done talking about that. Like, wait, you know, you did just say, wouldn't it be funny if something killed you? Wasn't the something you pointed at, but something still killed you. Here's another one of these rooms. I can't clip through walls, game. I never figured that trick out. I don't even know if you can do wall clipping without power-ups in this game. I'm sure somebody's probably figured out something stupid like that. That's the kind of thing people love to figure out. And don't get me wrong, it's fascinating to see. I just tend not to have the patience nor interest to figure out that kind of thing. Plus or minus the times I do it accidentally just by existing. Which I think is part of why I don't have as much interest in doing it, is because of the amount of times that it happens to me accidentally. I had such a good rhythm there for a moment, and now I've lost it. Ow! I could have gotten... Here's the thing. If you look at that... Oh no, there's a yellow door up there. Never mind. If you look... Yeah, there's a different colored door of some kind up there. I was gonna say, I'm gonna just cheese my way right up to the final fight and go beat up the boss right now. I'm gonna punch him in the nose. Fun fact, we would have just died horribly. Because I barely won that fight when I had a health bar like more than double the length of what we have right now. And a means of healing. Is from what I remember, that fight is nasty. Like, I'm not kidding when I say that I only beat that fight once. In like 50 attempts. More than that now, counting today's. I think we were at like 46 when I started today, and we've definitely done more than 6 runs, so it's probably like 52, 54, somewhere in there. Occasionally Tutorial Bot will say what number you're at. I just frequently don't pay attention to what he says. What do we got here? Oh, not you again. Great. The canine menace to society is here again. Like, don't get me wrong, he's well animated and he's got a neat teleport, and his like sound wave attack is actually helpful. But he has such a tendency to get in my way. Just keep killing, just keep killing. Okay. What's behind door number this one? Everybody's favorite noise. And some red scrap. You can end up having that be perfectly positioned that the HUD covers it, and you're like, there's something there, but I can't see it. Oh, it's this weirdo again. Okay. Say it, don't spray it, boyo. Oh, I actually have the toxin spray on that note. I didn't even realize I had that. You can also use the right stick as a radial menu if you want to switch your sub-weapons directly without using the shoulder buttons like I do. I keep forgetting that's a thing I can do. This is actually a pretty good radial menu. It's very not helpful right now because we've got a binary choice between our sub-weapons, but it's a thing. It's always nice to have multiple ways to swap between your weapons and do anything like that as well. Give your players multiple means of doing things. Power boost. Can't go this way any further. Okay, this path is dead to me. Goodbye. Dog, please. Also, my blood sugar might have been like slightly low or something weird like that, because when I stepped away for a moment, I ate just a small candy bar and now I feel better. But you know, a little bit of sugar goes a long way as far as that goes, even without it being low. So who knows? Just something that's worth mildly noting. Like, huh, that's a thing. More power-ups. Power up. 1 second there. I want to get this guy before I turn my head and get blasted. There we go. Thank you for the raid, you're right. How was your stream today? I think you were doing art, I think I saw. So hopefully that all went smoothly. Yep, I did remember a thing. So what did you end up making? Nice. I do remember seeing the ones you had made before, and they were already good, so I'm sure these were quite nice as well. Ah, that's where the power-up is. It's up in that corner. That's good. That's honestly one of the most important parts out of anything like that, is that you're happy with the work you did. Something I'm honestly still working on. Grab me a save room so I have an extra life. Don't have an electric weapon, so I can't open those, but that tells me we're definitely finding an electric weapon nearby. There's way too many of those doors around. Okay, didn't drop anything good. Yeah, sometimes you have to. Otherwise, you'll sit there and fiddle it around for long enough that you hate what you're working on. I can say that one from experience. So it's one of those, as long as it's not noticeable enough that it's gonna bug anybody other than yourself, sometimes it's better to just pretend it doesn't exist. I don't know why I jumped back across. We don't have anything to open most of those doors. It really does. It controls almost identically to Super Metroid as far as the physics goes. Aside from having a couple extra buttons because of, like, accessing a radial menu for your sub-weapons as a shortcut and things like that. And the exploration is very Metroid, though. Simplified a bit, obviously, to fit into the gameplay loop of a roguelike. Since it is a much shorter experience. Yeah. Though all of them have many, many ways to sequence break once you know the tricks, but that's a whole other animal. Yeah, exactly. Which, it's definitely fun to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, but you gotta be careful not to get your nose chopped off doing things like that. Where is the item? An item near here, somewhere. I feel like we've all been there. We've all done it. Just like, can I get away with this? No, 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 no. Very emphatic no. Where on... Where is... Alright. If only this dog was slightly more useful. Like, he's a slightly dumber Rush, unfortunately. That is to say that he is nearly useless. Must not be in that little cubby. It's probably out here somewhere. Because it's in this section of the room somewhere. Where? That's the point. Figuring it out. Like, a lot of modern Metroidvanias and such have grown much more particular because of the way you could break some of the older ones just by knowing the proper application of certain things that they give you. Like, to use Metroid as another example, knowing how to bomb jump for a very early option can break a lot of things wide open in a lot of those games. Which is why there's so many limitations in so many modern Metroidvanias if they're not just like, yeah, go ahead and just go nuts. Oh, hey, it's in the spot I hit earlier, but it didn't show it before. Well, that's fine. It was worth it for a health tank. That's the thing, yeah. Early on, I think they were fine with the idea, and then somewhere along the way, the philosophy changed, probably as the team changed. That's the one I have the most experience with as well, as far as the traditional 2D Metroids go. But I have studied all of that, because it's a series I do very much like. It's like, I've completed Zero Mission, I've completed Super at some point. Though, I'm not as blown away by Super as a lot of people are. I really don't know why people are so crazy about that one. And I know that's an opinion that will get people to look at me like I'm crazy, and I just don't care. Like, I don't hate it, but I just am not blown away by it. It's like, yep, this is a video game. But I think part of that is the order I came into things at. Like, I didn't have a copy of Super Metroid growing up, so I didn't experience it till after I had already experienced a lot of other games with the same concepts. So maybe it being the first of its kind that you run into is maybe where people get so blown away by it. Is that I would understand? But if you look at it objectively, it's good. But there's nothing, like, groundbreakingly incredible in there. Even in its time, there were other games that had similar ideas going, just not as well. Or they didn't take the ideas as far. Exactly. That they are exploration-focused platformers with a hard set progression to them, which, compared to a lot of things from that time frame, which were based on like temporary power-ups and similar to arcade setups, it would jump away from what people are used to. But that's kind of the extent of where that comes from. And, like, it is still my favorite subgenre. Absolutely. Like, that is my thing. But I have to acknowledge the reality of what it is. And that's also why some of them just don't work. Either for me or don't work in general, is because there's satisfying progression and then there's unsatisfying progression. Much like there's satisfying and unsatisfying grinding. So it's a gamble. Is like another one that'll get people to look at me like I am some kind of horrible monster is I didn't care for Hollow Knight. There's nothing wrong with it. I just did not get blown away by it. Like, it's certainly a beautiful looking game and it plays well. I just wasn't that interested in it. Like, it does not get off to the best start, I think, is the problem I had with it. I can definitely be one of those people that it gets made or broken pretty early on. And that one, the progression starts off a little slow. Yeah, which I don't have a problem with the second half of that. It's just the first part of it kind of bored me a little bit, and that's where I kind of fell off. But I feel like that's also what made it work for a lot of people. Is since it was a much more gradual path for that kind of exploration. Is it's also a lot of people's first experience with that genre. And it works for that. It works very well for that. I think I've just played too much of the genre for it to be the best for me. And it also has a lot of, I don't want to say Souls-like elements, but that's basically the best statement I can make. It takes a lot of things I didn't enjoy from that type of gameplay and puts it in there. And I wasn't the biggest fan of that. I've turned around on that concept at this point, but it also comes with certain effects that I would rather have. Yeah. Like, I don't feel like those fit in perfectly with what they were trying to do with that game. I feel like those two parts of it kind of felt like they were at odds with each other. There's an item here, and I'm missing the spot for it, and I'm slowly going mad. It's probably not actually in the ceiling. That's where I'm going wrong. But I would have hit it in the floor if it was in the floor. This is why I miss having power bombs. Would have just hit the whole damn room in one go, and I wouldn't have to sit here and pixel hunt, but this game doesn't have power bombs. They just make things so much simpler sometimes. Like, I'm also one of those weird people that basically the only thing I use power bombs for, other than in blocks you specifically needed power bombs for, was searching rooms that I didn't feel like digging the entire room out trying to find the one breakable block. I would just blow the whole damn room up. Like, I know there's a lot of people that would actually like use power bombs for combat and things, and I'm just like, I don't need those for that. And I feel like if I played Hollow Knight again these days, I probably would enjoy Hollow Knight more. Because I have grown more patient, and patience is kind of needed to get past the early parts of Hollow Knight. But I've also seen the whole thing at this point, so it kind of... It doesn't make it not worth it to me, but it puts it on a lower point than anything new for me. And there's certainly no shortage of Metroidvanias coming out. That is also true. They are good games. So I will say Blasphemous 1's another one I kind of bounced off of, though that was me just getting kind of annoyed with it. There's nothing really wrong with the game, though its presentation can make people uncomfortable, and I do have to point that out. Yeah. The first one's definitely more heavily leaned into the Souls-like side. And I have definitely seen and heard that the second one leans back into the middle more. Like, it's definitely the imagery and everything that made me not come back to Blasphemous after I got annoyed with it. It's just like, this is a little much. Shouldn't have to be going in a dark room without a light. Okay, yeah, I need to go up and left. Well, see, and the Catholic imagery is not what I'm talking about. It's more the... How do I explain? I don't want to call it the graphic aspect of it, but that might be the best way to explain it, because it's not necessarily the blood and gore. Just a lot of the way things are presented bothered me a bit. I don't know. It's a lot of little things. And I have studied Catholicism and all of that, so I also understood a bunch of the things they were referencing, and that's fine. But yeah, I feel like the whole game was a little too heavy-handed, I think is part of it. Like, they went just the tiniest bit overboard with everything. And I'm gonna bring Hollow Knight back one more time to point out one other thing that helped keep me from really getting into it as hard. And I'm going to explain in it by mean of... I'm gonna more or less call it the Undertale effect. People talked about it way too much, so I just got kind of sick of hearing about the game, which also did not draw me to the game. I only need the cloaking device. I will take Search Burst because it will save me some headaches. Yeah, exactly. It's very easy for a game to become so overexposed that people are just like, I don't care about this, not because it's popular, but because I feel like I know everything about it before I've even seen it. Like, it's a problem. I haven't either, and I'm never going to. There is basically nothing left in that game for me anymore, because the fan base destroyed it. You end up hearing literally everything about it just by existing on the internet. So it's like, okay, what's the point now? I was late to Celeste as well, but I ended up playing that 2 or so years ago, something like that. I got it for free, and I forget whether or I had ended up getting it from Humble Choice first, or whether it was Epic that gave it away first. It was one of the two gave it away for free. And I had already known it was a good game, but I had purposely kept myself in the dark on that one. And since it wasn't as overkill everywhere, it was easier to keep myself in the dark about that one. So I'm not one of those people that needs to be blind to enjoy a game, but it helps certain games if you don't know everything about them before you even get the chance to have the controls in your hands. It's like, I already have a hard enough time being surprised by games, but there are certain games that thrive on managing to get what few surprises they can on you, because that's what they're built to be. like, to use the Undertale example again for a moment, Undertale is basically built on the idea of subverting your expectations for it. But if you already know what to expect, it then cannot subvert your expectations, which throws a chunk of the experience away. Like, a lot of the first-time surprise is gone. Exactly. And let's be real, as a game, it's not bad, but there's nothing... It's another case of there's nothing incredible to write home about in terms of the gameplay. And I know that on the internet those are dangerous words to say, but I don't care. This is just honesty. Like, apparently I'm just on a roll of hot takes that are gonna get me crucified in certain groups. Yeah. That's another one of those it's a mixed bag situations, yeah. You end up with a lot of, like, I get what you were going for, and I nod to the idea, but maybe don't smack me upside the head with your point. Yeah, I'll definitely agree on that point. There's a handful of things the game industry really doesn't especially need more of, and that I would say is one of them. Like, there's nothing wrong with more of them existing, but it needs to be thought out, and there is sadly quite a few of them that are not as clever as they think they are. Like, that's not the nicest way to put it, but it's true. Words I'm good at. I know words. Like, I'm very good at words. It's frequently for me deciding whether I want to actually open those cans of worms to point it out. That's another thing, yeah, is some of it's just rehashing the same thing. Okay, I am no longer interested in this item that's up here. I think I have a suspicion where it is. Actually, wait. Idiot. Search burst. There we go. You know, it's almost like I have a thing specifically for the purpose of finding this item without doing it the annoying way. It's like, by all means, if you want to make a point as a developer, make your point. I'm not saying people should stop doing it. I just need people to understand that people may not be excited about your point if it's not something they haven't already seen. I dislike that as well. But the thing about that is sometimes it's hard to describe a game in a way that people will understand without using those marks. Because it depends on how much experience people have had with certain concepts. Because you can break a game down to its base concepts and explain it that way, but it can end up being very wordy. Yes, I agree entirely on that score. No, we already have plenty of energy. If that was health, I would make that trade in a heartbeat, but for more energy, I'm not with it on that right now. So I really should be using that energy on that note. Like, I can't even say that it's a case of trying to point out, like, right way, wrong way to do things. It's a matter of... it helps people to understand something if you say it in a more complete way than just comparing it to something else. Because if you tell me, say, insert game here is like Dark Souls, I will probably be more likely to turn away from that than I would be if you said it had like a Souls-like experience system or anything further than just comparing game. That's basically what I was pointing out at the beginning there. Yeah, it's like people may not know what a subgenre is or what certain mechanics are actually called, so they would end up having to go through this whole mile-long explanation of the concept. Like, it's this exploration-based platformer with RPG elements that also has this, and it turns into this whole long diatribe about it. And that's great for explaining what a game is, but it may not catch people. This speed shell is a problem. I need to get more health. But yeah, that's another one of the things, though, that made Hollow Knight come up way too much in my mind, is because of the fact that like half the Metroidvanias that came out in the years or the couple of years after that were compared to it. And that comparison thing also, like I was starting to point out with the saying things are like Dark Souls, ends up coming with negative connotations as well as positive. It's like, okay, well, why is it like insert game here? Does it have the good aspects of that game, or does it have the bad aspects of that game? And that's the thing. I think a lot of the people that do those comparisons don't understand, that there is a double-edged sword to comparisons like that. I'm kind of confused how Silksong still hasn't happened. Yes, that's actually a well-known statement that has been memed to hell, because I get what they were trying to say with that, but it is such a wild statement. Because what they're trying to say is it's a incredibly difficult platform. That's the point of what they're trying to say, because Dark Souls became synonymous with difficulty for a very long time, and in many people's eyes it still is. But that is such a weird way to approach it that it's not going to make sense to anybody that knows what they're talking about. Exactly, it's... Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, is the connection that was made makes sense to the person that said it, and if you boil it down, it does connect, but it's wrong. You know, it's much like the whole hot dog taco thing. Well, that's the thing, is in a lot of ways, that's true for both of them. Because the Souls games aren't actually, in a lot of ways, that hard. They are very unforgiving, which is what makes them difficult. You cannot make mistakes. His mistakes are punished very harshly. And the case is the same for Crash Bandicoot. You will be punished very severely for making mistakes. That's, again, where the logic connection is. I'm not saying the logic is correct, but I'm saying I understand it. But I would say that that comparison is also a gross oversimplification of a concept, and I think that's where the real problematic part of that comes from. Is because it doesn't actually tell you anything about what it is. Correct. I'm not saying they were correct in saying the statement. I'm just saying at least I can bring myself around to understand the idea behind the statement, which is more than I can say for some of the wild shit people in games journalism have said. Like, I've turned some of those statements upside down and all I get is a headache. And those are the ones that aren't even funny. Oh, this jump's gonna be a pain in my ass. If only you didn't follow me like a pixel away from me so I could get a spin going. I'm pretty sure I'm not meant to be doing it this way, but I don't know if I'm gonna find another jump upgrade anytime soon. Which is why this dog is the worst jump upgrade in this game. Because you have to be spinning to wall jump for those that have missed me explain that a few times. So I need to be able to land on him spinning in order to be able to wall jump. Nope. And you know what? With how much of a problem he is, I'm not convinced I'd want to. There we go. You know, I regret making my way up here. I regret being here. Whatever's up here better be worth it. Pro tip, it probably won't be. Well, no, it wasn't worth it. But it was better than I expected. It certainly wasn't worth dying once for, I'll definitely say that. Oh, and that's another thing with this game I should point out. It's actually possible to shoot faster by mashing than it is by holding, once you reach a certain shooting speed. That's why you'll notice sometimes my shot speed varies a bit. That's because I'm either just holding and letting it happen, or something bad's happening and I'm mashing like a lunatic to get rid of the problem. But yeah, to get back onto the comparison topic for a moment. Basically, that is the cut and dry problem for the most part with that concept. is the fact that it ends up being a gross oversimplification of what something is. That ends up missing the point of what the other thing is 9 times out of 10. And that just puts the cut and dry line for that out there for those who tuned out of half of that explanation. Oh, I stepped on an enemy that I didn't see. I was like, wait, why did I suddenly take damage and die again? Yeah. Like, there's a very mixed bag to some of that as well. Is a little knowledge can go a long way with either of those examples as well. And there are definitely people that have argued that a little bit of knowledge helps make those games go a lot better, but you have to be careful what knowledge you give people for those games. So I will honestly say I cannot think of any games that people have actively compared to either of those. So I would hazard to say that it's probably for that exact reason of no one will understand what those are a comparison to. Yeah. You either need to be in the right mindset at the time, and I would argue only some types of people are going to enjoy those games. There are definitely types of people that are not going to enjoy either of those. And that's because that's not what those games are. Those aren't the people that the games are made for. They're one of the very clear examples of this isn't for everyone. Which is ironic considering, in terms of capacity, they are games that literally anyone can play. But they would not be games that everyone would enjoy playing. It's an interesting split on that. It's like, in terms of what the gameplay itself requires of you. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Outer Wilds of those two listed is the harder one in terms of gameplay to get through, because there is actual, like, movement required in that game, whereas Obra Dinn, you don't really have to worry about movement much. You just need to get from A to B. Yeah, exactly. Because I have definitely borne witness to piloting gone wrong in the Outer Wilds. But that also opens up a separate layer of enjoyability for that game to a degree for people, is they can just enjoy flying. Because I've known people that haven't even, like, done any of the actual exploration in the Outer Worlds. They just enjoy flying the ship around. And that's entirely valid. No problems here. Zero problems detected. Exactly. Like, I would say games, especially like Outer Wilds, appeal more to people that aren't aiming for the pure A to B experience than to people that are, like, out to get all of the achievements or out to 100% a game in the fastest way possible. It's not that kind of game. That's not what it's for. If people enjoy doing that with it, by all means, but I don't feel like that's where that was meant to be. And that's what I mean when I say it's designed primarily for people of a certain mindset and a certain interest. Like, it's definitely a better exist in the moment and just enjoy the ride experience than the think about it too much, depending on what you're thinking about. And personally, I'm very bad about that kind of thing in some cases. I need to be invested in what I'm doing for me to be able to just enjoy the ride. I find that I think too much about what I'm doing and where it's going, and I get ahead of where it's trying to take me, and then I start getting annoyed because I'm waiting for it to catch up to where I've already figured things out. Or there's something that is not obtuse to the designers or to most people, but it ends up being obtuse to me because of a perspective difference. So I end up having this whole long situation with it, and I get frustrated. His games of those two particular styles end up being some of the biggest culprits for that. Oh yeah, no, the suspension of disbelief gets one chance. Once that's gone, that's gone. And it's hard enough for me to have that in the first place. Yeah, interesting little trick in this game. The flamethrower is one of the weapons you would not expect to be a wall piercer, but it is. Especially if you've had the toxin weapon first and seen how that ends up following walls, you would figure the flamethrower would do the same, but it doesn't. And something I'll harp on about all the time is consistency. If a game gives me rules and then ceases to follow those rules very suddenly without any real explanation, I'm going to catch that immediately, and I'm going to be annoyed about it. That's one of the fastest ways you'll see me lose my spot in a game's world, is when they just arbitrarily decide to not follow the rules anymore for sake of saving the plot. Because you'll then very quickly be reminded of the fact that there's a plot going on. And it just completely derails everything. It's like, oh yeah, why'd this happen? Well, the plot said so. It's like, oh right, there's a plot happening. Well, now I'm significantly less invested. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. It's like, while I'm on the roll of upsetting people that like popular things, I'm gonna take a quick finger point over... Yeah, that's a perfect example of that kind of thing. Or those fights that you're not supposed to in the plot win, but even though you won it, the game makes you lose that fight anyway, those drive me up the fucking wall. It's like, oh hey, we won unhandily. Oh, he's suddenly winning anyway. Huh. That looks weird. Yeah, the finger point I was gonna do is... I'm not gonna say that Final Fantasy is bad in any shape and or form, but one of the big culprits of the because plot said so moments that I can remember as a series is that one. There's a lot of because plot said so that I remember happening in many of those. But it's also a case of I find it impossible for myself to sink into any of those worlds. It's not a bad writing thing, it's not a real issue thing anywhere, it's just I cannot. And I can't even like point at a specific thing with those. It's just I cannot sink into that and not think about what's going on around me with those, and I end up overthinking it and just not any good. But yeah, no, that what you're saying there with Nexomon's a perfect example of the plot was not prepared for you to actually be prepared for this fight, therefore you have to lose somehow. Like, at times, I wonder if it's better for a game not to explain things than it is for them to explain it in an unsatisfying way. And hey there, Jay. So far, the fight's going mixed. We've been dying a lot, and there's been a lot of brain wandering into talks of where games go awry with their plots and how presentation can change. The game is great. I'm just having very bad luck. Thank you. It's December, so I had to. You know, it's just one of those unwritten rules. But yeah, to the point about the sometimes it's better not to explain things, I feel like that might be where some people have ended up falling in love with some of the Souls games and things like that, is because of what isn't explained, rather than some of the world building that does happen in those games. Not even so much as a matter of people being able to fill in their own blanks, but it's easier for people to not lose their suspension of disbelief if they're not told something that doesn't make any fucking sense. It allows the mind, consciously or not, to fill in the blanks with things that'll make enough sense to keep them happy. Yeah. That's why that kind of thing works, as opposed to something that ends up laying everything out for you, but they do the job poorly. Because I am one of those people that loves it when they tell me every detail about how the world works and how everything works. Like, I'm all about knowing everything. But it's also a very, very sharp edge to walk on. Yeah, and that's another thing, is if it's not plot-driven, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, in my case, I'll play something that isn't plot-driven, that has the dumbest goddamn plot, and not bat an eye. I will make fun of it the entire time, which becomes its own fun at that point as well, is being able to just riff on the plot that makes no sense. Like all those good examples in old games of like, how did we even get here? The answer may surprise you of even we don't know. But we're here now, I guess. Exactly, just like, we're here now. Don't worry about it. We're just here now. Okay, but I do need an actual explosive weapon for those. Rambling aside, how you doing, Jay? Hopefully all's well with you, buddy. Just pull that track back for a second so I can actually remember basic pleasantries for a second. Oh, I see what I need to be doing. Took a second, but brain processed a thing. I forgot that there were some of these electric doors over here. I need to get through those, probably, to find what I need next. And to resurrect the old point about randomizers for a second, I do want to go and actually do some more of those, but I haven't decided which ones. Because I'm in that weird spot of, there's not that many games I know well enough to do a deep randomizer for and have it work. But I can hum a few bars and fake it through a lot of them. And some games are a fair bit more enjoyable as a randomizer, honestly. Come on. There we go. Like, ironically enough, even though I've not played that many of the Fire Emblems to completion, I have actually been tinkering with some of the randomizers for that series, and I've been finding them fascinating. The problem is, they tend not to go very well. Because as it turns out, a lot of those set pieces are pretty dependent on you having the thing they expect you to have, instead of hodgepodge mess that does not work. Funny how that works, isn't it? Like, I have had many seeds with one of them where you can't even start because the starting set they give you is physically impossible to do the set piece fights with. Which, you know, is a fascinating experience in and of itself. Like, oh, this is unwinnable. Well, this is a thing. Oh. There we go. That wasn't as bad this time. We've definitely had worse times with him today. And double jump. One of my preferred movement bonuses. Shocking, isn't it? The traditional double jump is the preferred option. Because it works well. Which, you know, there's something to be said for certain power-ups that become tropes, because they become tropes for a reason. They've become a trope because they are something that has become so intrinsic to the genre that people expect it to be there, which double jump is a prime example of something people just have come to expect. And people are very surprised when there isn't a double jump in a game of this type. Not necessarily on the Metroid side of things, Metroid being one of the ones that typically doesn't use a double jump. It uses a lot of ways around having one. So the space jump is basically a double jump, but that's neither here nor there. It gives you a lot without you needing that, is more the point. Because there's things like the high jump boots and things like that that give you a similar result without needing it to be a double jump. The double jumps have been so widely used that they just are part and parcel with the genre. And again, there's a very good reason for it, and it's that double jumps are very effective. With the hover boots, you have a gradual change of movement, for example, whereas a double jump allows you an abrupt change. Like, I make a horizontal jump, and the double jump suddenly takes me out of that and out of the way of something that might kill me. That's part of what makes something like that a satisfying movement option. And I know I'm in, like, full topic wander at this point. So this is just where brain's going, so I'm just letting it go. It can be, yeah. I just wonder at times if I'm losing everybody in the process, like, are they understanding what I'm talking about? Have I jumped topics enough times that people don't have any idea where I'm at anymore? I don't think I'm flying too fast today, but I've definitely had days where I will be on like 3 topics at once, and I'm not sure anybody knows what the hell I'm talking about anymore. I'm self-aware enough to sometimes catch when that starts happening. Which is why, like, right now I'm questioning it, like, hey, does everybody understand? Is everybody still here? Or are we all on the same page? Because I'm very open to people asking for clarification when I am in thought wander, like, does it make sense? Oh, I've gone and done it now. I turned around at the wrong point. I need to go all the way up, and then I can turn left. Yeah, this is my only path. Like, I would argue I'm too self-aware at times. Yep, this is where I went wrong, though. I needed to go up in here. So I keep forgetting this little tunnel here exists. Like, it's even shaded slightly, so you're supposed to notice that it's there. I've just been in, like, full glazed over brain, so have not spotted. Now I've lost my train of thought completely, explaining the other train of thought that was riding up and down the rails. Like, another game design thing for a moment. Since we were talking about the concept between satisfying progression and unsatisfying progression before, we may as well dig into that thought a little bit. Like, where the line is on that. Because it also ties into what I was talking about with the double jump versus, like, a jet boot or something like that. And basically, satisfying progression very frequently comes about in how much of a difference the progression you're getting makes to what you're doing. Did what you just get completely change how you're playing the game? If so, that is more than likely satisfying progression, unless it's changed how you play in a way that makes everything else irrelevant. If that is the case, then they probably have gone somewhere awry prior to that item. Meanwhile, if what you've picked up isn't doing anything for your gameplay, then they probably didn't do enough with it. Vampire Survivors and the subgenre that spawned from that are a very good example of the difference between good progression and unsatisfying progression because it's so condensed. Because it gets straight to the point so quickly for those, so it's a very stark contrast as the progression goes. And yeah, the meta progression's a whole other animal as far as satisfying versus unsatisfying. That is a perfect example of the other side of the coin where it ends up going too far and it becomes too good a progression change. Interesting. It was only an electric door on the bottom side of it. Huh. But since I went through it on this side, it ended up not actually spawning as one. Interesting. See, and that's kind of a thing with those, yeah. Because I've experienced that with some of the other ones in that subgenre as well. You end up with a character that just either has a really good starting item or has the perfect stats for what you want, etc., and it makes irrelevant all of the other choices. That's a perfect example of the progression getting too far out of hand. It's also, in, say, roguelikes and such, since we've now pivoted into the meta progression conversation, it's a very big problem in this subgenre that the meta progression feels necessary. You don't get the same gameplay experience once you have it in an unsatisfying way in comparison to before you had it. Like, it feels like you shouldn't play the game without the meta progression. That's how you know that the meta progression does too much. Like, as much as I like it, I would say something like Gunfire Reborn is a very good example of that. Because the health and shield and everything meta progression in that feels almost required. And that's where the line starts getting funky. Let's try 40 and 1 and see what he gives me for that, because he's based on 8s. Yeah. Scattergun. Dang it. I don't need more sub-weapons. Because as you can see, we now have 4 sub-weapons, and I'm probably not going to use a sub-weapon other than the flamethrower for most things. But yeah, I've played a little bit of HoloCure, and HoloCure does seem like it's very good about its characters actually feeling like they have meaningful differences without any of them being way better than the others too much. Because, like, in almost every game in that subgenre that has unique other characters, I can point at one character that is the easiest one to use, for example, or the character that is the strongest out of the set. And even in HoloCure, you could probably do that, but I don't know if the difference stands out as hard. But again, I don't have sufficient experience with that one specifically to point at anything guaranteed in my particular case. Like, it's a free game, so it's not like I don't have it available. I just have only touched on it a bit and then didn't actually sit there and sink in. Yeah, that's what I figured, is based on the handful I did try, none of them seemed out of line with the rest of them. But there are weapons that they start with that are definitely more user-friendly. Right. Like, archetypes are always going to appear whether you want them to or not. Is that's another case of that's how people understand things. So that ends up kind of being a product of how games work now, just by virtue of that's how the players understand things. So even if you make an archetypeless game, for example, people are going to put archetypes into it so that they can understand it. And that's an unfortunate thing, but it's also just, unfortunately, how things work. Like, even the games with purely free-form progression, in terms of your levels and things, end up with archetypes forming, and people basically, like, will make builds and such that basically make you into insert class archetype here, so that people can understand what they're working with. Does it simplify the system in a way that they maybe did not intend? Yes, but it makes it translatable for the wider base. Oh, he got 2 hits on me just by landing on me. Great. Well, that run had an abrupt end that I didn't expect. I mean, that was avoidable, so I can't blame the game too much. I could have easily avoided him jumping down and making contact with me, but I chose to take the hit in anticipation that it would only hit once, because it was the easiest way to get past him in a guaranteed way. But apparently my iframes were just short enough that the speed he passed at was enough to have it count as 2 hits. I only just now realized there's an item up there as well. Come on. Sometimes they'll put items at spawn. There we go. A little more health goes a long way. But yeah, that also brings up the point I will rag on a regular basis, and that is the concept of contact damage. I everyone here is probably tired of hearing me say that I hate contact damage, but cases like that are a prime example of why. I don't feel like contact damage is a satisfying way for an enemy to deal damage to you. And I'm not saying that, you know, taking damage is supposed to be a satisfying concept. It isn't. But it helps make the game feel overall more reasonable if the damage you take feels fair. That's a whole other can of worms there, but I can't say I disagree. But like, all it would take is giving enemies like a small melee animation, even if it's a fast one, so you end up still having the same results as contact damage, would be better than if I take damage just by the side of this monster bumping into me. It comes down to the same case of what does and doesn't make sense. How does this monster's body just happening to bump into me at a slow speed doing as much damage as something like spewing acid at me or slamming into me with an attack? How does that make sense? And as far as a game balance perspective goes, it's also usually the cheapest way for something to harm you is just happening to be in the same place as you, which frequently leads to situations like what we just experienced, where its hitbox being in contact with mine caused it to hit me more than once. But yeah, that's another good example of it. The enemies that just kind of like vibrate in place and are apparently threatening because of it. It's like, sure, if you're vibrating enough to attack me on a subatomic level, maybe, but you're not that fast. That's... no. All you're gonna do is make me uncomfortable. That's another thing, yeah. Is clarity as to when in an attack the damage is dealt. That's what makes the difference between satisfying attack animations and unsatisfying ones in a lot of cases. That goes both ways. Telling when your attack does damage and telling when their attacks do damage are both key to the combat in the game feeling right. Like in a game like this, it's easy to tell when my attack does damage because it's when Bolt hits target. Bolt does damage. That's fairly straightforward and easy to understand. Melee attacks are a little more complicated because, especially on a two-dimensional plane, when does the sword actually make contact? Becomes a whole layered question. Just to use a sword swing as a simple example of that. And conventional wisdom would say when model makes contact with model, damage would be dealt. And sure, but there are edge cases where that's not as cut and dry. And that's where that all gets wiggly. Like, take the example you're saying there with rolling and dashing and things that provide you iframes outside of the normal circumstances. The game now has to make a whole new slew of judgment and calls and calculations to account for this variable. And usually games will get around that by like giving you a slight difference in your model color, or you flash a color when you're in your iframes and things like that. Yeah, exactly. It's that's another very good example of where it ends up being wrong, because there's the logic of rolling under the sword or something like that makes sense, but it's the times when you physically pass through it where it starts to get a bit weird and the logic doesn't follow. But from a game design perspective, it's fine. And yeah, that ends up falling under clarity of pattern and the game teaching you how dodging actually works, not always working entirely as they want it to. Because I'm not saying they need to hold your hand and be like, you need to dodge this exact way at this exact time to dodge this type of attack, but they do need to make it clear what the limitations of your capabilities are when you're testing that. You can't have cases of do the same thing twice and get different results, even though the situation's identical. And I'm not saying it's practically identical. I mean, you could like put it under a magnifying glass and it would be the exact same thing, but different results happened. Because, like, I know there are people that have made, like, hitbox analyzers and things like that for certain popular games that have issues with things like that, so you can actually see where exactly your hitbox on your character actually is, and see when the frames are for your iframes and all of that, but that shouldn't be necessary to learn a game. But there are definitely some games where that kind of thing almost feels necessary. Right. That's also a fair point. But that's another thing I'll point out, though, especially among Souls-like games. I have found that there is like one defensive move that the game designers favor over others. And that's not to say that there's a specific one that game designers favor over others. From game to game, each one has one defensive move that they were like, you should be using this. You can use this, but this one's better. And sometimes that bothers me. Like, that's definitely a primarily me thing, I think, on that one. But, like, there are definitely Souls-likes I can tell you straight up that's like, yeah, this was designed with parrying in mind, and if you don't know how to parry, this is not going to be nearly as good for you. Or this was designed with guarding in mind. And I feel like an uneven viability like that is also not really satisfying. Like, having it be build viable, that's fair. But having it just be one is better than the other is not great. Yeah. At the very least, have it encourage it. Maybe not necessarily make it so it's necessary to pass it, but make it very heavily encouraged. So people figure out what the preferred method is quickly. That way, at the very least, if you go against that, that is your choice to make. You're not misled in any way. Yeah. This way, people very readily understand what's expected of you and what they want. Because, like, I've played through a few Souls-likes that, like I was saying, very much feel like they were built with parrying in mind, and the other defensive moves were added as an afterthought, and you can get through them. But you can definitely feel the the points where you were not you were acting against what they wanted. Ooh, fragment shot. I don't remember this one. This sounds fun. Okay. It's like, and this comes back to my point as well about the fact that I'm not asking them to hold your hand and tell you everything, but it's just a simple matter of making things intuitive. And I say simple matter, it's not actually that simple to make something intuitive, despite how it may logically seem simple. I couldn't be a game dev because I'm a horrible monster and there would be trolls at every goddamn turn. Yeah, exactly. I'm not asking every game in a genre to be beginner friendly for that genre, but I'm asking them to consider that beginners are a concept that exists. Like, that may not sound like there's a difference between those, but there's a nuance to that. And the nuance is, simply put, that I don't want it to be easy, but I want people to be able to learn. And some things present a brick wall to the concept of learning, without it being an incredibly painful experience. And by all means, have those experiences exist. But I feel like, I don't want to say they need warning labels, but some games don't know which they want to be. And I'm specifically not giving specific examples because this also dances in subjective territory, which is why I don't want to give specific examples, because I know those specific examples are not true. Not entirely. So that's why I'm not like saying, oh yeah, this game has a problem about that. And because my memory is imperfect, so I don't want to use specific examples and have it just be my memory's wrong. Because that would be unfair to the people that made insert game here. And no matter how poorly a game goes, I have to give credit to people that have at least sat down and made a game. That is a big undertaking. Plus or minus the really shoddy asset flip games that take minimal effort to make those. And certain cases of shovelware also may not necessarily count in there, but that's neither here nor there. But this falls under the case of... There's a couple schools of thought as far as difficulty. One, you provide people with difficulty options. Usually, this works pretty well. The problem with difficulty options is people may not understand the consequences of insert difficulty option here, because there's a lack of clarity potentially for what that difficulty does. Like, say you have easy, normal, and hard. Easy, say, reduces enemy damage and health by insert amount, but doesn't do anything else. And hard is the same thing, but plus 20% in both cases. That is a difficulty change that doesn't really manifest in a meaningful way, so that one's fine. It's not like a big advantage to be on any particular difficulty. And yeah, that's another thing that's under this same umbrella of don't just make your enemies sponges. Don't make them take 1,000 hours to die just because you wanted to make the game harder. All you're gonna do is put your audience to sleep. Well, that's the thing, though. It doesn't even really teach you pattern learning if... To take an extreme example, say you're fighting an enemy that doesn't even... It's not a threat, but it's taking forever to kill it. What is the point to that enemy? Aside from to waste your time. Like, I completely agree with having there be a means to pattern without being punished the entire time. That's something that the people that are like, oh yeah, you just need to learn the boss pattern, may not necessarily be grasping about people, is frustration changes the way people learn. Frustration can block people from learning even something that's simple. Because if you're getting constantly punished, you're not learning at that point. Fair. Yeah, speedrun learning is a different animal. Yeah. Speedrun learning is its own separate beast. Which... that is another one of those nuances that make the concept of difficulty very complicated. Because difficulty is nebulous. Difficulty is a complex concept because you have the issue of variation in experience. And you also have the concept of you want to make your game replayable. You want people to be able to play the game more than once and enjoy it, theoretically. I don't think most designers go out of their way to make their games playable once. So, in theory, you'd want the difficulty to be set up in such a way, either through multiple difficulty levels or a difficulty that's tuned just so, where a beginner can get through it and a returning player can still enjoy it. Now, that is difficult. Yeah, like I'm discounting the concept of plot. Like, we're ripping the concept of plot out of games entirely for the purpose of this discussion. His plot's a whole other animal as far as that goes. As far as wanting to forget everything. But it does stand true as far as wanting to forget everything for pattern recognition, like you were talking about before. Once you've learned a pattern, it's much easier for you to deal with than it would be for somebody that doesn't know the pattern. That's not counting in forgetting pieces or rust taking hold. This is just a pure case A to case B situation. Person who knows versus person who doesn't know. And this has been in a situation since games were a concept, basically, is he who knows pattern will have an easier time than he who does not know pattern. And there's no getting around that, necessarily. But that's also not a problem until you build your difficulty around people already knowing how to handle something. Without teaching them in your game how to handle that. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying it has to be tutorial bot says, here, do this to deal with problem. No, just give them a lighter version of the thing first, and then give them the harder version later. Rather than these games that just drop you in head first in the hardest version of it. Thank you for the raid, Crimson. Hopefully you're doing well, and how was your stream? If you can hear me yet, which I hope you can, but we'll see. Let's get a shout out for you. Acha. Ah, you were doing The Sims today. How was that? Hopefully not too many houses burned down. We've just been in game dev talk, more or less, for a bit here. So if what you came in on doesn't make sense, I can only say that I will attempt to make it make sense. Oh, nice. That honestly sounds great. I've just been fighting horrible abominations and trying to explain in the concepts of what makes good and bad difficulty and satisfying and unsatisfying progression and things like that. Absolutely. I get, as you can see, I'm half seasonal, half not right now. I have a seasonal outfit, but not seasonal gameplay. Thank you. It took a shockingly short amount of time to make, honestly. But it's also mostly the same concept as the old Christmas reactive I had. That's fine. Go eat. Make sure to eat. Oh wow, apparently we are suddenly popular here. Hang on. Let me clear this room and then I will tend to that. Thank you for the raid, Tyria. How goes? How do? Everybody's here. Everybody's coming. Oh wow, I did not realize you weren't following, Tyria. I thought you were already... it's fine. Thank you. Get you a shout out there. Ah, you were doing Genshin again. I assume you were looking into the new content for that, because I think they put out another new thing recently. I've only been half paying attention. Twitch probably did its thing. Twitch loves to do that. I've lost a few that I knew I was supposed to still be following in the past few months, so no stress over it. Twitch be Twitch. Thank you for the follow, Zingy. Welcome in, everybody, and hopefully you're all doing well. I'm a little discombobulated because I was already having my brain fall apart a bit because I was deep in game dev brain, and then back-to-back raids also throws brain into spin. So bear with me while I process. But I do appreciate it all, and I'm glad to see all of you. Nice. Thank you. Because we've just been having this whole conversation about what makes good and bad difficulty. Because I was getting frustrated about contact damage, and it just turned into a whole thing from there. Though we were already in a progression discussion before that. So that was a whole thing. Hello, Shadowcat. How are you doing? It's been an interesting thought exercise, for sure. So far, so good. Brain is falling apart, but that's expected. It'll do that when it goes to the deep places and decides discussion needs to happen. And while also trying not to die. Such is the way of things. Don't think the railgun counts as an electric weapon, but that's also a fire door over there anyway, so I don't even know why I'm thinking about electric. Probably because a railgun would make more sense for electric than fire. Yeah, that would, you know, that makes sense, doesn't it? I will say, if anybody is uncomfortable with blood, gore, and weird monsters, I do not advise paying too close attention to what I'm dealing with here. Just mild content warning on that. It's nothing major, but monsters do get a little vomity and a little bloody, so it's a thing. I don't anticipate it being enough to bother too many people, but I have seen things happen, so just want to make sure people are aware of that. But since we were on the subject, what do people think of when they think of a well-balanced game? Let's just put that thought out there for people. What concepts do you think are intrinsic to a game being well-balanced? I'm genuinely curious what kind of answer people would have to that. Like, what is your baseline thoughts for what is required for a game to feel like it's well-balanced? I'm also not sure how... Yeah, I'm gonna have to go further down. I can't get back out of this hole. Okay. That's fine. It's like, at the risk of it sounding subjective, and to simplify the thoughts from the conversation leading up to this, to me a well-balanced game is one that, even if you're losing and dying, it feels fair and reasonable that that's happening, and it's predominantly, it doesn't have to be solely from your own actions. Like, you either didn't understand something or you failed the reflex requirement for something, and that's the only reason it didn't work out. Not that they made something harder than needed to be, or it's obfuscated in such a way that it's hard to understand. Because that was another big point we've been discussing, is clarity. Balance in terms of the difficulty toward the player. The choices you make should be meaningful without any of them leading to the game feeling unreasonable. That's also part of it. Like, there shouldn't be any one choice you make that makes you get into either an unwinnable or unreasonable position, short of it actually being like a game over decision. That's a fair way to look at it, yeah. I think most of us can agree with that. We don't want it to be painful to get through. But it's fine if it's going to cause trouble. It just needs to not be the hardest thing on the face of the planet. It's like there was a lot of discussion prior to the raids about the concept of how well can you tell when something's going to damage you? Like, what part of an attack actually... Yeah, exactly. I agree wholeheartedly with this perspective, because if it teaches you properly, the game should feel difficult but fair. But I think that's the inherent thing that happens with a lot of games, is they do not approach the teaching in a way that enough people would wrap their head around. And that is a problem that I don't think can necessarily be solved, though, because there's enough different types of learning and enough different things going on that people will learn at different paces no matter how you go at it. Yeah. I have seen Steel Rising. I've been meaning to get it, but I have not yet. Yeah. But I do agree with the clarity between their expectations with an enemy. Like, it could be simple things like, you want the player to parry an enemy, hand them a shield, but make them only lower that shield, say, when the player successfully parries them. That will teach the player to parry without overly punishing them, aside from if they get ridiculous and just sit there and bounce off the shield without learning anything. Yeah. Because it makes sense. Is the shield the most satisfying thing to fight? Not necessarily, but it teaches you the concept. In a way that isn't overly punishing. Yeah, that again teaches you a concept quite readily. Like, it doesn't have to be rocket science to figure out how to fight an enemy. And from there, you can start layering in patterns and such to give people something they need to think about, but also keep at least the main concepts clear. Yeah. Now that is a good example of them teaching concepts well. It is admittedly something that does use tutorials to do it. But even without the tutorial, most people would pick that up immediately anyway. Yeah. They then start adding variations to it. Which that's what I mean when I was talking about sending the light version of something after you and then giving you the more serious version after. It's much like how old platformers would teach how you get past certain challenges. Which old platformers aren't necessarily the best example because some of them did not teach it well. But you would say be taught how to get across a set of platforms over flat ground and then be expected to do it over spikes or over a pit afterwards. It's the same concept. You teach them the concept in a safe environment, or at least relatively safe, and then you throw them at the real challenge of the concept. Basically, teach the mechanic and then teach the application. I have mixed feelings on collectathons, honestly. They tend to do their jobs well, and I would never take that away from people. But I do feel like there's a lot of them in that genre that have a tendency to outstay their welcome. Like, there comes a point where it just becomes variations of the same thing with no new variety being added, but the game continues past that point. And it is by no means the only genre that has that problem, but it is one of the bigger culprits of that. Okay, bad times abound in there. Entirely fair. Like, that, there's nothing wrong with being motivated by nostalgia as long as you're aware of it. Like, obviously people have figured out I am a very nostalgia motivated person in some respects. Well, that was a quick death. But I also acknowledged that the things of the past are not perfect. Are there aspects of it that probably should still be retained that may not be? Yeah, but I acknowledge that there is definitely limitations and mistakes made. Yes, thank you. Meat is destroyed by bullet. Couldn't have figured that one out. But like that example right there is a perfect case of what I'm talking about. The only counterplay I had to that situation, more or less, was to leave the room. But I had no choice but to progress into the room. I would not say that that was a reasonable situation. The game as a whole is balanced, but there are situations that are not. But that this gets a pass. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say, is it gets a pass because it's random. There's only so much you can control about how something is randomly assembled. You know, that's a risk you take going into a concept that is shuffled. Which, that's another layer to the difficulty discussion, though. Is, would this hold up if it wasn't in its structured specific pattern? And there's a lot of cases where it would, and there's a lot of cases where it wouldn't. Absolutely, Crimson. I know it's getting late. Thank you again for the raid. You have a wonderful night. It's always good to see you. I'm sure there's many others that are probably getting ready to head off as well. Thank you. And to all those that need to go to sleep, I bid the same good night, and thank you all for being here. Or for however much time you chose to be. Which, admittedly, I don't know how long I'm going to go today. So, funny story. When I started today, Brain was a little mush, and Brain was not feeling the best about things. So, I was already considering this only ending up being like a 3-hour day. And here we are at 4.5 hours, and deep discussion. So let that be a lesson in the difference between expectation and reality. But I do need to acknowledge the fatigue I have, so we will probably still be stopping within the hour, if I were to hazard a guess. Like, I can feel that the momentum for this game for me is starting to fade out. And I could change games, and I had a second game lined up in my mind. But I think it's going to end up being a case of it'll be better to wrap once the momentum for this fizzles the rest of the way. Understandable, Terria. You have a good night, and thank you again for your raid as well, and for being here. Make sure to take care of yourselves after all of what you've done today. I'm just a tired, grumpy old man, so I get tired early. Now, if I can only get my train of thought back on track, that would be grand. Because explaining that derailed me from where I was at, and then I'm like, where was I? I also don't want to overdo the topic of balance either. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Like, I feel like fatigue is part and parcel with modern life at this point, and I don't like that that's a concept that makes sense to me, but it really does kind of feel that way at times. And that's coming from somebody who has an arguably very easy life right now. Because comparatively, it is very easy right now. But that is a comparative statement, not an actual statement. Yeah, with what I saw about your posts, honestly, you did really well to manage to hold together to do that. But hopefully you're not overdoing it. I may not react to everybody's posts all the time on all of the medias I pay attention to, but I pay attention to just about everything people post. Because that's just my nature. I pay attention to everything. That's one of those things that is a good bad. It's good that you can manage it, but it's bad that you have to, and that you've been through worse. But I completely understand. Like, that's definitely one of those double-edged sword situations. Meanwhile, weird tree beast. Wispy's had a bad day. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, no one wants to have gone through insert bad thing, but insert bad thing is the reason why they are able to do what they do in a lot of cases, so it is necessary. Yeah, exactly. Cursed Wispy's having a real unfortunate day. He went on a bender and he's never been the same. Though it reminds me of a hyper-realistic version of the Kirby box art I've seen around the internet before. I don't recommend looking at it. Let me just put it that way. Like, it's not necessarily hyper-realistic, that's not the right word for it. But they took Kirby, made it realistic, but then twisted it in a surreal way. And it ends up being just really fucking weird. And it's another one of those cases of, I find this fascinating, but I feel like I should be disgusted looking at this. It's much like how, like, really dark horror art can be fascinating to look at, but you also know deep down that this is meant to be disturbing, and you're either disturbed by it or you're not. I've been on the internet long enough that a lot of internet disturbing doesn't bother me. There are things that are still disturbing to me, and we're not going to get into that, but it's a matter of there are lines, and everyone's line is different. Like, the internet's a weird place. It can be a wonderful place, but it's fucking weird here, man. Well, I have upset him. Oh, right, I counted wrong. Well, I read my Roman numerals wrong. I thought that was 8. That was 9. And I gave them a multiple of 8, which made them mad. On the bright side, we learned which run number this is. This is number 56, apparently. So we've done 10 runs today, then, so far. I believe we started with 46, or... We've done around 10, because I don't remember if the one that mentioned what number fight we were was the first run of the day or not. I think it actually wasn't, so we're probably closer to 12 runs for the day. All of which ending about the same places. Which is not shocking for derusting from a game that is not gonna hold your hand or be nice to you. Which that's another point of discussion, though, is if you have a hard time with the game, does that make your experience better or worse? Because I feel like that's a variable concept. Like, I feel like you can have a good experience in a game that is giving you a very hard time, but you can also have a bad experience in a game that you're having an easy time with. And that's not without it being too easy, being the reason why the easy time isn't satisfying either. Yeah, that is definitely true, though that is... I feel like that's a personal level thing, is whether something feels satisfying after the long drawn-out fight. Because I've explained this to people before, but I'm one of those people that if I've had a very hard time getting through something, it's very, very hard for that to feel entirely satisfying after a point. There's a point where no matter how satisfying the victory is, it feels like it wasn't worth it to me. Like that's why I tend not to finish most Souls-likes of the particularly hard variety. Because they just don't do anything for me. I'll spend a couple hours pounding away at a boss fight that just wasn't anything good for me and feel nothing once it's over. See, Celeste kicked my ass as well, and it didn't necessarily change my mind for that. It gave me a different appreciation for what is and isn't satisfying that is difficult. See, and I don't get anything positive out of that sigh of relief, I'm done. If I'm at the point where I'm saying, thank God it's over with something, I'm probably going to put that game down. Because that's not what I need out of games. But what people need out of games is different. Different people want different things out of their experiences. Which is why I say that one's subjective. Because there are people that want that, like, hard rush and then that feeling of relief afterwards. And by all means, if that's what you want, chase that, enjoy that, thrive in that. But that's not what I'm looking for. I don't know, it's a lot of fine lines, is the thing. It's a very complex thing to have be just right. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of one of the things I'm talking about with not every game has to be straightforward and easy, or even... There's a place in the world for the unbalanced games, too. That's where my brain was trying to get with that. The unbalanced, unreasonably difficult games have a place too. Because there are people that enjoy that. They want that completely unreasonable, unforgiving, you make one finger twitch wrong, you lose experience. And I completely respect that they want to hate themselves that way. Will that ever be me? In my own way, yes. Look at some of the old trash I've played. I have my own way of subjecting myself to unreasonable pain. So I can't even say people are unreasonable with that. But that does not, you know, it does not make a good, balanced experience. It just might be the experience people are looking for. Exactly. We all have our things. We all have our thing that beats us up, but we enjoy it. In some people's cases, that's literal, but that's again their choice, and that's a whole other animal that we're not going to get into. That's the extent of that one. Yeah, it's like, well, if that's what they want, you know what? You do you. But no, to get back on the track of there being a place for unreasonable games as well, take the popularity of things like I Wanna Be the Guy and games of that ilk that are genuinely unreasonable in a lot of ways, but end up just barely being fair enough that people can get through them and they're doable. But no one, and I do mean no one, would say that they're fair. Well, that's part of their purpose for existing. That they're part to get a rise out of people, and part because there is a wild subset of people out there that enjoy getting beat down by a game that badly. And it's part that they're chasing that relief we were talking about before, where they get the satisfaction after they manage to do it, because they can be like, see, I did this. I made it through this. It's not often I get to see the heat shell, and now we have a completely different model. Just as a complete aside there. But yeah, that's exactly what I mean, though, with the fact that there is a place for unreasonable games. But those are also games that are unreasonable and absolutely know that they are. They say right on the tin that they will not like you. You will not have a fair, fun experience here. And that's more, I think, what I want as far as game difficulty goes, is I want the games to be aware of their own difficulty. I want games to be self-aware. Not the games themselves be self-aware, but the people making them be self-aware enough of what they're making when they make the difficulties. Is that in itself lends extra clarity to what the intent is for the player to understand what they're getting. Phrases like, this game is meant to be challenging but fair and fun, get thrown around without it meaning anything anymore, because it's like thrown around for every other game, especially in certain subgenres. If you want your game to be challenging and you want it to actually beat people down, say it. Just fucking say it. This game will kick your dog. Just come right out and say it. So if you design your game to kick dogs, expect people to be beating your door down, because that's bad. Don't do that. Yeah, exactly. That's a bad example, because that is not okay. But it gets the point across. I had the wrong weapon out. Thankfully, we got enough health back that we're okay at the moment. Thankfully, they don't have as much bitey floor here, so it's not as bad. There we go. So that got super dicey, but everything's fine. And we get a rocket launcher for our efforts. Joyous day, I now have 4 sub-weapons again. But yeah, that's my point, though, is that I feel like too many games just use the same simple labels of, this difficulty is normal, this difficulty is hard, and things like that, whereas they could be explaining to you a bit more about what they're expecting the player experience to be. And there's a double-edged sword to that, too, and I acknowledge that. Because if they're too honest about the situations with their difficulties and their situations with what they intend the game design to be, that's not going to be as marketable. At least not to the mass. And I get that. That's why things are written the way they are in some ways, is for clarity to the mass majority. Because people understand normal difficulty means it's the middle difficulty. It'll be the way most people are intended to play a game. Hard difficulties for those who want more challenge or are playing it a second time. Easy is for those who know that they're going to have a hard time with this and want it not to be as bad. Which is why said nomenclature exists. But that doesn't mean that those are the clearest and most ideal ways to explain these thoughts to people. Which is why these days there's a lot of games that have like that extra text on the difficulty saying like, here, this is for your balanced experience with the game, say for your normal difficulty and things like that. I guess what I'm trying to get is more games need that extra text on their difficulty settings. But we can't discuss the concept of difficulty without addressing a very specific thing, and that is the concept of adaptive difficulty. This is a thing that gets thrown around a lot, and I feel like some games use that incorrectly. Like, at least the terminology on it incorrectly. Because it's not a case of the game adapting to you, it's you adapting to the game in some cases when they say that, and that's not the way that that's typically taken. But I see where the confusion would come in from that. And yeah, story difficulty is another one that comes up a bunch, and that's a good way to point out what that difficulty is for, and I have no issues with that. Is that is a case of that difficulty is labeled appropriately, they know what they wanted that to be, they know what that is. Because I pointed this out with Hollow Knight as well, and I'm going to point it out as a general concept as well. There can be times where in a game, it feels like concepts within it are disagreeing with each other. Like how I was saying that to me it felt like the Souls-like aspects of Hollow Knight and some of the more or platformer exploration effects. That's not the wording I wanted for it, but that's the idea. Some of those things don't necessarily intertwine properly. And that's another layer of things. And I'll throw this at you. There is a certain degree of interaction people can have with something without it having to be a significant interaction that still increases people's engagement with media. You can just be within the world and just be walking around within the world, and that already increases your engagement with what's happening in that world. It's the same thing we were talking about with Outer Wilds and such. Meanwhile, if you make a movie, there's an inherent disconnect to that. You are just sitting there watching it. Basically, a game that is the kind of easier talking about ends up being basically an interactive movie. Yeah, which those are basically built to be interactive movies. To be fair, he's... See, that I don't think that that's necessarily a problem of the fact that it's a game. I feel like that's just writing that doesn't work for a game. I don't think that's a fault of the type of game. I think that's just David Cage. And that's also a very strong case of you are not the target demographic for that game. I'm not either, for the most part. Doesn't make them bad, just means they are not what we need. I mean, considering some of the things with those, I can't help but feel that there's a logic to that. And that is a case of it has a target audience, and you are not entirely that target audience. And neither am I, which is why I haven't played it, but there's the case of knowing that this is not something I am the target audience for, but still understanding and respecting what it's meant to be. Because I respect the fact that is a proof that is something that knows what it wanted to be. It's very clear right off the top what it is and what it wanted to be and who it's intended for. And that's kind of the thing I was trying to drive at a bit, is there are games that don't feel like they knew who they were made for because some designers are reaching a point where they're trying to make games for everyone, and all that does in some cases is make it for no one. I'm all for accessibility, but it needs to not come at the cost of the game's identity. That's a whole other issue. There are definitely some companies whose marketing teams should have been fired a long time ago. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, that kind of falls into the same pattern as the game journalism talk we were having before. No. A game doesn't have to be a niche game, but also know who their target demographic is. That's not the same thing. Yeah. And you can make something within a niche be accessible outside that niche, but still keep the identity of that niche as well. What I'm saying is I feel like some of them are going too far, but not all of them are. This is another one that kind of is a dance situation. Because it's going to be a very subjective situation. And see, you're making part of my point for me there by pointing at Fire Emblem Awakening in particular, is there's a lot of people that really love Awakening, and I also have heard from plenty of people that that's where the watering down of Fire Emblem kind of started, and I can't disagree with it, but I also don't have enough of a stance to really comment on that series in particular as far as that goes, because I'm not like the big Fire Emblem fan that knows all of the games well enough to speak on that. But that's kind of my point, is that kind of was a pivot point where it may be that it was starting to lose its identity a bit because its identity changed. Well, yeah, there's plenty of those in a lot of communities, especially the more diehard community it is. There's usually a very vocal elitist batch to those communities. That's just unfortunate part and parcel with people. And that's where it gets hard for both developers and people that are other players that are on the outside of these communities looking in, where it gets hard for them to understand what the community wants. And that's something I've had to explain to a lot of people, is if the developers don't get a clear answer from their community, even when they're listening as to what the community wants, how the hell do you expect them to know what your community wants? if you guys can't agree on something. Is a community that sits there and argues with itself is never going to get what it wants from its developers. Because the developers are getting a muddy, messy image, and they'll just then go with what sells. Pulls from there in a lot of cases. Because that's the other thing, is developers are motivated by sales. The problem with companies, especially of long-running series, being motivated by sales is the situation has changed. Games are much more widely available than they were at other certain parts of these companies' life cycles, and some of them do not actually seem to have figured out the fact that their sales going up doesn't mean the choice they made is a better choice for their game. It just means the game is more widely available enough that sales go up by existing. And that's the other thing, is sales being a case of bad attention, kind of like raising children. They're getting attention, therefore they think that it's a good thing. The player base responded, therefore we must have done something right. It can be a problem with some companies. Because they know that makes them money, so they don't care that the publicity is negative, they just know that this drove sales higher. But to get to the identity point again for a moment, in Fire Emblem's case in particular, from what I've heard from a lot of people, is it became a point where it stepped further away from being as deep a tactical game as some of the vocal fan base wanted, and became more of a dating sim. And I feel like that's not an entirely accurate statement to make, but I don't have enough experience with the series to guarantee that they're wrong either, because I can see where some of their point comes from. But the reason why I point at that in particular is because that's where some of the discussion about accessibility and making things that are both difficult enough for people to enjoy that want difficulty, but easy enough for people to enjoy that don't want that. That's where the waters for that start getting muddied, because of arguments like that also existing at the same time. Because people will start to point at that instead of making games easier or harder. They will point at situations like that and go, people don't want accessibility. And yes, that is the thing. That's kind of what I was trying to get at with that, is the focus has changed to some people's perspectives, and that's where people are starting to take issue with it, is they're noticing it more because it was drawn to the forefront rather than just being there. But the thing is, in that whole situation, I can't help but feel that they found that that is also one of the more marketable aspects of the game to the larger audience, and that's where the marketing focus on some of that comes from. Well, yeah, they're also going to have to feel things like that out. Because, you know, anytime a change is made, the change needs to be worked out, and it's going to change too much at one point and have to be backtracked a bit from there. That's something people need to understand. It's like, this is from an outside looking in perspective of like, this is what I see happening. I don't know if I'm right. I could easily be talking out of my ass on half of this. This is just this is what my logic tells me, looking at what I've seen of people's reactions to how this is and what my perception of it is in comparison to that. Yeah, that... there you have the rub of that, yeah. Is they realized what they did sold, so they kept doing. Now, the thing of that is, that's not inherently a bad thing. Like, that's another thing people try to make into a negative, is a lot of them are a nuanced thing. And us being people, as a unfortunate majority, we have a tendency to ignore nuance. And exactly, that's another thing, is accessibility helps mass appeal a lot. And that's why I'm saying a game can kind of appeal to those outside of its niche without losing what its niche is. To draw it back to my original point, you can make something very accessible by making things about it very understandable without compromising what it is. Is take something like Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, or any of the, or even the first Mario and Rabbids. It takes a niche concept and applies it in a package that is very widely accessible to people. but that does not compromise the type of game it is. Not inherently. But does it have significantly higher mass market appeal? Yes. By nature of the franchise it is attached to. But yeah, that's another thing, is niche games kind of are niche because people don't know they exist. That's not to say that people won't like that game, or that it's not a type of game that everyone could enjoy. People don't know they exist. Like, here's a thought question for you. What makes a niche game a niche game? The only thing, to my mind, from a logical perspective, that makes a game a niche game is it appeals to a specific audience and is a specific type of something. That does not mean, just because it appeals primarily to a specific audience, that it cannot be enjoyed by those outside of that niche. Again, it can still remain in that niche, but have aspects of it that others can enjoy too. Exactly. And not known is an easy thing to fix in some respects, especially in this day and age. Because it's much more readily available and easy to tell people about things that they may not know about. The amount of times I've played these weird jank games and had people go, wow, I didn't even know this type of game existed, and then realize that they love it. Like, this is exactly what I mean. And that's one of the peak benefits to being a content creator, is you can help people find their things. Exactly. And it's a great feeling when that works out. Oh neat, we got the master map. We now know everything. I see all. But this is exactly what I mean, though, is I feel like people stick the concept of niche games in a position that it doesn't actually take anymore. Niche games are only niche because people aren't actually talking about them, and to a certain degree. Because their starting audience is smaller than the more wide audience games. So it starts from a small audience and then doesn't expand as fast because it's got a smaller audience, and it's not at said smaller audience also keeps to itself for the most part in a lot of niches. So that's what kills the expansion of something like that. That's how those end up in the position that they're in. I mean, yes to mega damage? Is like it took, for example, the roguelite, like in roguelite genres, it took them a while to get the appeal they have now. But it was only because people took certain games in the genre and talked about them at enough length and enjoyed them enough to make sure people heard about them constantly to get those genres to step forward into a more widely noticed eye. But there are plenty of small subgenres and such that don't get pushed hard enough for them to step out of that in the same way yet. Like that's also another thing, is these things take time. Like, look at how the whole survivors genre after Vampire Survivor became a thing. That took, what, a couple years for that to really actually become its own subgenre? Rather than just, oh yeah, this is a Vampire Survivors clone. But now it's a recognized and widely, well, not widely enjoyed yet, section of the market, but it is wide enough that a lot of people are making them. So I really don't think niche is a problem as much anymore. The only time niche starts to show its face again is when you start combining a lot of concepts. Is the deeper your systems get and the more complex they are, is where the situation starts becoming harder to draw people in. Mind you, I love a very, like, overly complicated, way too many genres shoved in this game when it's done properly. But I can also understand why, on the larger market, people wouldn't really want that, mostly because people wouldn't understand what it is enough to know if they want it or not. Because this comes back to our discussion before about getting people to understand what a game is, by virtue of, like, comparing game A to game B. If people don't know what the hell your game is, they're not gonna want it. Whether it's something they would enjoy or not, if they don't know what the concept is, or can understand the concept, why would they buy it? Which also falls back into the concept of a game needing to know what its identity is. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be a case of it knows its identity so it knows its market. It needs to know its identity so anyone knows what it is. It's like, I've looked at so many store pages on Steam and things like that, and come out of it with no fucking idea what the game I looked at was. And some of that is there are indie devs that don't know how to tell people what their game is in a way that anyone would understand readily. To some degree, it's a matter of they don't have marketing experience, and I hate to put it that way, but that is what it is. They shouldn't need marketing experience to understand their audience enough to tell their audience what they have is what their audience wants. But in order to make it immediately recognizable in that mean, it helps to know the right words that people are looking for to know what something is. And I don't know if what I'm talking about now is making sense. I feel like I've hashed together a couple different concepts that may not necessarily be making sense in relation to each other to anyone but myself. But these are just things that my brain has spun its wheels about in relation to a lot of these concepts. I don't think I can make it up there. Short of getting a wall jump, because I need more height. And I'm not even sure that that'll work underwater well enough. because I think I won't have the momentum going back the other way instead. Nope, there we go, it does work. I just now need to do it again. Is like, to get back on the main line of the thought about game identity. A game can inhabit a space between multiple genres and meld them, but still retain its identity. Because either A, the genres need to make sense within what the game expects you to be doing, the genres need to make sense working together, or in some capacity. Take like combining a city management game and a 4X strategy game. In some respects, combining those two concepts makes sense because they're both similar kinds of management on the strategic level. In certain ways, but in the grand scheme, it may not make any sense to combine those two. But as indies try to advance the game industry as a whole, that's kind of where a lot of people seem to be gravitating, is mashing genres together in an attempt to make something new. And personally, I love that. I'm all for them mashing genres together to make something new, but it leads to situations where genres get combined that don't make any sense. You know, of all the things we've picked up, we still haven't gotten anything that lets us go through a one block wide space. I just realized we still can't pass through this hallway. We have gained like 3 different armor sets, but no slide. No spider form. Because we can't blow a bigger hole in that damn pathway using all of these guns I have. Yeah, the whole point is identity is the most vital part of making a game that works for people to play and understand. Yeah, because it may make sense in context, even if the two genres would ordinarily have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, but it's made in a way that is still good, so it ends up working. Like, ironically enough, to take another case that is a game that combines insert thing with pinball, Creature in the Well basically combines a hack and slash with a pinball game, where one of your main attacks is pinballing literal pinballs around in order to attack things. And it works because it was designed in a way that makes the two concepts combine but feel natural, even if it's two concepts you would never combine under normal circumstances. It's like, there have been plenty of cases of games combining genres and then being forgotten, even if it's not necessarily reasonable for them to have been forgotten. Like, take ActRaiser as a old example of combining two genres that you would think have nothing to do with each other. A city builder and a platform. I mean, you can say it's a god game, and really, I suppose if you want to use that specific subgenre, it is one of those. But 6 of one, half dozen of the other as far as that goes. but the combination ended up working, even if people didn't necessarily entirely like one aspect or the other. The two kind of go hand in hand and well enough. Yeah, that's another thing, is things come and go. Because there's very frequently also a case of feast or famine with a genre, where a genre starts getting way oversaturated, and so people fall away from it. I will say, even this long after Hollow Knight came out, Metroidvanias are still holding together, and there's still plenty of those coming out. So that hasn't... I'm trying to think of the right wording for what I'm thinking of. They didn't go back into their niche. But I think it's also because the games that followed them helped keep people from forgetting those niches. Yeah, exactly. If it was just a bunch of games like Hollow Knight that came out, the genre would have fallen back into the background and people wouldn't care. That's the kind of thing I'm getting at. A genre can't afford to stagnate, or it will just be cast aside. With the weird exception of sports games. If there were ever a stagnant genre, it'd be those. Though even those are sometimes evolving. Just not certain franchises of them. And yet those franchises still sell because people want that. Well, yeah, they sell all the new shirts and the changed player positions, basically, year by year. That's literally what those sell on. That's what sports people care about. But anyone who doesn't care about sports is going to look at that and go, this is just the same game again. But that's also kind of a perfect comparison of how a niche works in a way. No, it really isn't in a lot of ways. But the same logic can apply to the rest, is my point. Because there are a lot of cases where things come out that are just the same thing again. But there will be people, like, say the people that are, like, real deep in a niche will be like, well, no, it's not the same thing, because this is different, that's different, the other thing is different. But those on the outside looking in can't tell the difference. Ah, this is what I missed. I was supposed to have the dive shell when I went over there. Doesn't really help with what killed me, but that explains why I couldn't get up where I was trying to get to until I cheesed my way up there. And I forget if this game has the armor effect of different suits giving you more defense. Doesn't feel like it, but I also just got screwjobbed there, so hard to say. But yeah, it's a generalization for me to say that niches end up feeling the same way as those sports games, but there are cases where that is true. And that's the kind of thing I'm pointing at. Exactly. That is the point I'm trying to make with that statement. And that's the other dance that people have to do, is managing to keep it in such a position that people that will understand it will understand and appreciate the things you've done, but you also don't make it look too stagnant to those new faces coming in. Yeah. That is another perfect example of it, yes. It's like pointing somebody who works on computers at a door and pointing a carpenter at the door and asking the two of them to tell you what's wrong with it. You'll get two very different answers. Even if something is very obviously wrong with the door, the programmer may point at the wrong thing on it, and the carpenter will be like, well, you can just fix this and then the door is fine now. But even a carpenter may not know a damn thing about a door. Which is also another layer to that whole problem. Even the people that are within a subgenre or within a niche may not necessarily understand why they like it or understand the genre itself completely. I mean, there is a need for people that see all of that too. And for all of those listening, don't worry, I'm not trying to say that anything I'm saying is absolutely ironclad true. A lot of what I'm saying is not 100% accurate, nor is it 100% applicable to everything. And there are simplifications and generalizations involved in my thoughts here. But I'm trying to get a point across, and that's the beginning and ending of it. That is half for YouTube comments, half just a general statement. Before the actuallys come at me, I'm like, hang on. Yeah, you gotta put the actually barrier up sometimes. Where they come out in force, so it's like, no, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong. It's like, well, yeah, I never said I was right. I just said this is what I think. There's a very different situation there. This is just me applying my knowledge and my logic to what I see. And I'm sure there's plenty that I'm missing. But this is what I have to work with. So this is what I'm using. Oh yeah, there's that trick I was talking about where you carry your bullets onto the next screen. Because we managed to fire enough bullets that some of them actually carried through and actually found a target. No idea if that's intended, but it works. Just to bring us back to the game for a second. And remember how I said like 2 hours ago that I was going to stop in an hour? And, you know, here we are. And exactly. There's a lot of accidental behaviors in games that that were never meant to be how the game played, but it ended up working, so they took it and ran with it. Well, this went very, very poorly. On the note of things that didn't work out, that entire room, 110% did not work out. We need to get some health back before we fight that boss, because that boss takes a lot of health off of us. If we can get a bunch of power boosts going, that would actually help a lot as well. Almost there. So, another thing on the topic of this game is like this or this game is like that, you definitely can tell that there's distinct branches to a genre after a point. Like, if there's notable games within that genre, you can tell which ones the people that made it wanted it to be in line with. Or at the very least, you could be like, yeah, this person probably played these games and took those ideas to heart, consciously or not, to apply to their game. Right, he's invincible while he's doing that. This isn't actually that hard to fight. I just was in a bad way when we got here, and I made a couple pivotal mistakes. Exactly. Sometimes it's just, I really like this game. I want more of this game, but the people that made this game aren't making more of this game. So I will make my own. And honestly, some very great things have come from that. Exactly. Now, that is a perfect example of that exact behavior working out, considering that has become one of the poster child indie games at this point. Well, made it through that fight just to die there, but that's fine. We'll end with that. The final thought on that, though, is the key to making a game, making a game that you loved and then making your own of it, is making sure that it stands just far enough apart from what inspired you to make it, but having enough of it in there that people understand that that's what you wanted to do without it just being a shameless copy. That's the key to that move. Is it's fine if people can say that it's like Stardew Valley with this mechanic put on top of it, or Stardew Valley is Harvest Moon with this added on top of it in a different coat of paint. Because that means people see where your vision came from and see your inspiration. As long as they're not saying, this is just Stardew Valley when comparing it to another game. So I've definitely experienced all of the above, and there are times where there's not even anything that goes wrong with the idea of you just made, say, for sake of example, since we're using it right now, Stardew Valley again, you just make another Stardew Valley. There's nothing wrong with that either. But it has to have an identity. Even if it's just a theme change, it still has to feel like its own thing. Yeah, that one's been a long time coming, and is it actually coming out in 2024? Did they say anything on that score? I genuinely don't remember. I thought it was supposed to have come out this year, and then it didn't. But I don't remember for sure anymore. A lot of things ended up getting delayed in the past couple of years. Yeah, that's either soon or already out. I'm pretty sure a good chunk of Chocolatier's done. It probably is just getting it finished enough to put out, even in early access, is probably the thing on that. And yeah, work on Stardew Valley's probably been taking priority, because Stardew Valley's an existing well-selling product. It makes more sense to work on the existing well-selling product that isn't finished. Well, it's finished, but not finished, if that makes sense. Feature creep is happening. For lack of a better way to put it. Is that they could have said that Stardew Valley is done at 1.0 and people would have been happy. The fact that more keeps getting done with it is fantastic, but extra. This entire last discussion, I've been picking out where we were going, by the way. There's been a couple people I wanted to raid that are all on right now, so I'm kind of having to pick between them at the minute. I'm going to take a peek at what each of them are doing, and then I'll make my decision from there. I'm going to end up falling quiet a bit because I'm listening to what's going on for a second to see what's what before committing things. Oh, they've just started, actually, so that's perfect. And they're doing a sponsored segment, so I can help them out with that too, so beautiful, that works out. And I do like to reward people that have been being supportive. So we'll go see Jarkiga, who's going to be doing a sponsored Genshin Impact segment today, it looks like. She's been very, very kind, like I said, so I am happy to support that. And it's kind of funny how at least one of the raids was Genshin Impact today, so it ends up kind of coming full circle. For some people. Absolutely. It's always good to be able to have these conversations with people and not have them be like, no, this is stupid. Yeah. It's good to actually be able to have discussions like that and have them be constructive instead of people arguing about things. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. We'll see what ends up happening tomorrow. It probably won't be more robot named fight because I feel like it's run its course for me for the moment. We'll see what ends up happening with Humble Choice. That may determine what I end up playing tomorrow. I may just pull something out of my hat. I don't know. You all know well enough by now that I just make shit up as I go along. But like I said, be good to Jackie. She's good people. I will see you all tomorrow, more than likely. And that's all I got. Have a good one. Night.